It's always something. There we go. There's the audio. Hello, hello. Hi, BitBoss. Welcome in. Where am I at? Hey, Starfighter. Good to see you. And I think this is working. Woohoo. So I have found a desktop Twitch chat client that will actually make a little noise in my ears when people chat, so that when I'm totally zoned in on something I'm working on, I can stop missing chat messages. So we'll see if that works. It should be just playing for me and not playing for anyone else, if I did it right. It shouldn't end up in the stream audio. All right. So last time we lost. We were too far behind on science, didn't have enough money, and couldn't achieve the goals of the programs that we had selected. So this time we have, I'm trying to make sure that I run more optional contracts to keep science going. And running optional contracts will also keep our reputation up, which gives us more subsidy, which is more money to hire more researchers, etc., etc. So, like, there's a real positive snowball effect here of continuing to run as many optional contracts as we can. So we did get restarted. We're still kind of in the sounding rocket phase. Looking at our programs, we're pushing towards the big, the 3 and 5 megameter contracts in the early rocket development, and the final advanced biological suborbital experiment here. Right now, we do have ship rockets ready that are being built for continuing the repeatable sounding rocket contracts that we do have available. So we're going to fly a couple of those first things first, and then we will work on the 3 megameter downrange milestone, which we should be pretty close to being able to hit. Something that I realized that I hadn't done when I set up the current slate of flights that are being constructed is I don't think I added the... Where is experiment configuration? Configure experiments. Yeah, we need to add... Oh, never mind. Am I crazy? Oh, this hasn't finished researching yet. Never mind. Okay. I was expecting the mass spectrometer to be available, but I think that's not quite researched. I confused myself about when it unlocked, I guess. All right, that is fine then. Oh, researching. Yeah, okay. Oh, because the icon on this is black instead of white, it comes out... It doesn't show as yellow when it's in progress. That's why I thought it was done. All right. I consider my confusion justified. And that'll also give us the advanced biological capsule, which we don't really need yet. So we've got researchers set to be hired automatically whenever there's money. We've got a few rockets ready to go, or they will be ready when they're built. So I think we could just start fast forwarding and get some of these launches done for some of the repeatable contracts. All right. And first things first, we will take this low-space biological experimentation. This one is 120 kilometers with 75 units of payload. And I believe we can hit it with this one. My notes say that we can, and that we should do this contract. I'm trusting me from last week. That could be a terrible idea, but I'm trusting me from last week. It'll be fine? Yeah. Sure, it'll be fine. Yeah, past me has never screwed over present me. And present me has never been lazy at the expense of future me. It just doesn't happen. Zoom way in on where it says ass, so anyone browsing on Twitch can see that this is what's going on with my stream. That'll get me viewers. All right, yeah, AP height is 130 and change. And we can fast forward through most of this flight. Okay. What do my notes say for the other missions while this is just kind of doing its thing? Yeah, bio and altitude intermediate with these big whacks, which I'm doing, or really they're aerobees. I'm still calling them whacks, but they are aerobees. And it says we want to do the camera northwest, and I do have the script for that set to a 315 degree target azimuth. So I think that will be fine as well for that mission. And the goal with flying northwest is to end up going like over the continental United States, which normally you wouldn't want to do when launching a rocket. But we don't care about people, and we want to fly our cameras over more biomes. So we're going to go ahead and launch our rockets over the continental US. Domestic surveillance. Yeah. It says this is Kerbal Space Program. There's no military and there's no surveillance. It's geological surveying or something like that. All right. Did that actually complete that contract? It did. Yeah, so the next one of these needs to be able to hit space with 115 units of payload, and we're gonna need better rockets for that. Certainly early rocketry, but we may need early materials science as well. Switching over to the next tier of tanks, which give us cheaper or lighter aluminum tanks. All right. So the next one, it looks like, is going to be our V2. I'm actually going to queue up a second one of those. We might not be able to complete a contract with it, but we'll still get science for launching it, so we may as well. Camera 2A, right? I hope so, because that's what I'm launching. And then after we fly a couple of those camera 2As, we may very well need to, it was a slow space film return, 2 contracts, 0 have been completed, 150 kilometers altitude, 400 kilometers downrange. All right. And then the final version, I think, needs like 600 kilometers downrange. Which, again, I think we're going to have to wait for some better engines and some better, potentially better tankage as well. But we can still get some science from flying more than one of these things. All right, let's warp to this completion. Roll out. Oh, this other one's going to be done too. Okay, cool. We're going to have back-to-back flights. We're not going to roll out the BioWhack yet, because we've got... Actually, can I roll out both of them and have it waiting on the launch pad? Apparently so. All right, so this one is going to do altitude sounding rocket intermediate, which is just for extra confidence. Or reputation, or whichever thing. Reputation. And confidence, I guess. But just running extra launches to keep our reputation up, and also get a little bit of science from it. So let's fly this. This will be just like the previous launch. There's absolutely nothing interesting about it. Just let this run on 4x the whole way through. Oh, cool. And that already counted as completing the contract. Yeah, and subsidy is capped at 359 rep, so we're pretty close to maxing that out right now. Which is great. That is what we want. I think right now with the 46 rep a year loss, we can make up for that just by flying these altitude intermediate launches kind of whenever they're available. Because each of these is, well, after 150 days, it's 20 rep. I mean, I have to do the math, but, you know, 40 rep at 300 days, close enough to 46 a year, I think. I think we're very close to being able to just keep up with that, which is great. We've also got, you know, a little more of the bioscience done. This is just high altitude. It's not space yet, but that's fine. But I'm feeling better about kind of where we're at as a space program than I was during the last run. I feel like I didn't run as many of these repeated missions, because my reputation was never close to maxed out during the previous attempt. Oh, that's funny. The Cape Canaveral mesh doesn't match the actual Florida that we have. All right. That is another successful flight. Another contract done. Oh, and we're nearly done with the bio capsule that we can do in Earth Flying High. Yeah, we've only got like one more flight in that before we need to start getting to Space Low to get more science. With this 6.8 science, can I grab anything useful? No. And then for altitude sounding rocket difficult, yeah, this wants us to hit 130 kilometers with 75 units. This wants us to hit 140 with 115 units. Okay, so this is going to be the next... Whatever rocket can achieve this can also achieve sounding rocket difficult, which means we'll be able to switch from flying intermediate to flying difficult to maintain our reputation, which is fantastic. These downrange... I don't remember. I designed a rocket that could do one of these, and I didn't take notes about it, which means it has left my brain. So we're going to go ahead and check if we've got... I should have like a V2 downrange, okay, and a V2 downrange A, which should be the aluminum tanks, yes, and the XLR-41. Okay. So this thing, I don't remember what this was capable of doing, though, as far as its overall, like, downrange mission profile. So I'm gonna fly one of these. This runs the V2 camera, right? Because it's on the same avionics core? Yeah. I want to verify that this can actually... the downrange that this can hit, because it's got the 500 units of payload, right? Let me double check the contracts. And then I'll add it to my notes what this thing can hit. I want to say... ...240 kilometers, altitude of at least 140. All right, and that's difficult. Intermediate only needs to hit 150 kilometers downrange. Okay. And yeah, they both need to go to space. Sure. I want to say that this was like scraping past 240 on its previous launches. So probably with like one tech upgrade to anything, it could consistently hit 240. But let's just give it a try and let's see where it ends up, just so I know where we're at with some consistency here. Fast forward this. This rocket is pretty stable. Yeah, and our AP on these are still very high. That's a 400-kilometer AP. Oh, this goes plenty far downrange. Okay. Yeah, 550 kilometers downrange. Okay, why did I think that this was an issue? Oh, maybe it was the previous version of this that was less capable. The non-A version. Cool. Yeah, this easily achieves what we need it to achieve. No question. Although probably we want to be trying to fly those missions. If we can achieve the goals with the camera on, we want to do it with the camera, right? Because then we get the science. And given how I don't think I have a version of the camera A that also has... Yeah, this doesn't have a tank for the... sounding payload. So if I go ahead and add that... Tank type, high pressure aluminum, tank UI. $500 units. And then I want to do something. I want this to be like the worst case scenario. So we're going to send this due west. And I want to see if this can still hit our downrange goals with the sounding payload and the camera in the worst case sort of downrange fling going opposite the direction of the Earth. And if this can do that, then we can fly this configuration and, you know, just around the compass, getting science, whenever we have the downrange contract available. I may have done this last week, and I apologize if this is a repeat test, but I just don't remember. It's still valuable to fly the ones that we currently, well, I probably shouldn't have built two of the ones that we currently have. I don't think that one, second one's going to count for any contract. But, you know, the version of this without, oh! That was funky. Why did we wait so long to... Yeah, this is way more vertical than it's supposed to be, that's for sure. Oh, no, maybe not. I mean, one second. Let me double check. We go over our tonnage by adding those 500 sounding payload. 14.657, and this is, I think, configured for 15. Okay, so the answer is no. I'm confused, because this looked like it was keeping itself fixed at its launch pitch for longer than it should have. getting initial pitch over. 30. Oh no, there it goes. Yeah. So target val is 150, but we also wait until the steering is locked. So for whatever reason in this configuration, it's really not happy believing that it is, like, stable in that configuration. I don't remember why we wait until steering locked when we're doing this to begin with. I'm going to comment that out, and we're going to refly this, and we're going to see what it does. I think I copied and pasted that from another vehicle, and it may not matter for this one in this configuration. God, that Z fighting is awful. There we go. Because now what we should see is around here. Yeah, now it switches to its gravity turn, which is what it's supposed to do. Instead of waiting until way up, like here is where it started doing it before. Okay. That's weird that it doesn't like that. I'm also unsure why I put that steering locked into this setup. I must have had something that was really not a particularly stable rocket, and its gravity turn would be bad if it didn't, But I don't remember when I started copying and pasting that around. It's from the previous game, for sure. Because, yeah, this is much less overlofted here. And you can see why, for the one where I want to fly the camera to get as much science, we want to go northwest, because that gets us up over more biomes. Unstable rockets in this playthrough? Yeah. Alright, but this'll hit, yeah, easily 400 downrange, even when flying in the worst configuration. Okay. So this thing can fly, I think, consistently fly the downrange hard, and achieve camera science at the same time, which is great. I'm gonna set the V2 camera script back to the 315 degree target azimuth, because that's what we actually want to fly. So this is the camera 2SA, because this has sounding payload on it. And let's just, should we do the blue stripe there? Should we should probably texture it, actually. Instead of plain metal, if we do like a... There you go. Alright, so this should be able to achieve... It won't achieve the final camera one, but everything else we should be able to fly with that. That could also by the way, this altitude sounding rocket difficult. We can absolutely fly with that rocket, but this one is much more expensive than flying an Aerobee. And since I'm going to have to build a rocket that can hit this anyway for the last low space experimentation one, this will be an easy contract to hit then. All right. I could actually cancel this second V2 camera 2A and swap it to a 2A. I should do that. Right, because the one we have now is going to fly low space film return. And then the next one is going to fly downrange distance difficult. And we just confirmed that we can do that just fine with the 2SA. Yes. Instead of flying one that can't complete a contract, we can get this downrange difficult done. Because this will be worth a bunch of points by then. Oh, and I probably need to tool that tank as well, huh? Let's see. Tooling? Yeah. Procedural tank, 1.25 by 5. HPAL. Oh, 1.25 by 1.5. And this one is by 0.5. Alright, yeah. That nose cone shape that I was using for the other one, because it's so long, I need to make this like... And then it's tooled. And like, yes, I can go into the tank UI and limit this to 500. What do we think? Do we think this thing would still be stable? Center of mass versus center of lift. How does that look as we burn fuel? The only reason to do this is to reuse tooling, by the way. There's... And I don't think the tooling is that expensive. 700, no, it's not. I don't want to mess with it. So we will keep it as is. We will just tool this. And launch one of these. Okay. So that will be able to fly just fine for the downrange mission. Let's see. What is coming up in our flights? Reconditioning Launchpad 1. Yeah. And then in 4 days, rollout complete. Grab the contract for the low space film return here. Let me double check that I have the script set right. Target azimuth is 315. That is correct. So we can warp to sunrise, and then we will launch this thing directly over the continental United States. Because we make good decisions. Slightly cloudy launch day. No big deal. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. See, that's great. That's going to be, like, right over, I mean, at least one biome. Not you. Data. Yeah, Flying High Forest, and we'll see if we get any others. Space Low Forest. Yeah, and this is going to go, obviously, a lot further downrange than the one that has the sounding payload, just because it doesn't have the extra payload. But where are we coming in? That looks like maybe... Let's see, where's the Panhandle? Mississippi? It's amazing how difficult it is to tell the borders of the states when it's cloudy and you don't have lines on a map. Like trying to find the Mississippi River. And actually, this might hit the next contract as well, because we got over 600 kilometers downrange. So yeah, this one that doesn't have the payload might be able to hit the last contract for just photos as well. I'm not quite sure what I want my next investments to be in. If I want to grab this other materials science node, or if I want to be looking at some of the stuff early on in this, the electronics tree. Well, I'll just start adding stuff, and I can always reorder the research later, right? We've got lots of research here. Yeah, and if we check the next low space film return, yeah, 200 kilometers altitude, 600 kilometers downrange, which that absolutely achieves. So we can actually just fly another one of those. The 2A without the sounding payload. And that should have no problem achieving what we needed to achieve. Not you. Try again. 2A. There we go. Oh, I don't quite have the money for it. Recondition the launch pad. Oh, no. There's a button for this somewhere. Here we go. Warp to Tunt Fund. Oh, can't be used when... Fine. Do it myself. 10, 20, 30, 40. All right, so that'll be able to achieve the what am I trying to say? That'll be able to achieve, I think, this last low space film return contract. No problemo. This low space biological experimentation needs an upgrade. And then once we have early rocketry, we will have, with early rocketry node, we get the Araby AJ1027 config and the XASR2 config. The XASR2 is just the XASR1 with some slightly better performance tuning. If I actually find the Araby engine... Oh, it's under starting parts, which is unfortunate. So... Oh, this doesn't even say... There's a XASR2 changes... I think it changes the pressuring from nitrogen to helium, so it makes the overall rocket system slightly lighter, but it doesn't have the huge like performance boost that the AJ-10 has. What we do want to check, though, is if the AJ-10 config can achieve... Let's see, the BioWac SA is what we want. So if we change this to an AJ-10, which we don't have unlocked yet, but that's fine. Rated burn time is 52 seconds. All right. Remove all tanks. Fill. Yeah, call it a nice... Well, actually, we can go further. Yeah. We get 7 seconds or 5 seconds for free, so we really have 57 instead of 52, plus a little more because I'm feeling spicy. And then this needs to be long enough for 115 units, which might be at 1.5 meters. 143, 133. 1.3 meters. All right. And that's 115. All right. And now the question is, can this go to space? It is aerodynamically stable. It is aerodynamically stable. All right, let's sim this thing. If this can hit 140, and I don't remember the delta V number to actually be able to hit 140. But $70, $80. $169. Nice. All right. So yeah, this will be able to achieve the next mission that we are going to want. This'll handle the next biological experimentation mission, no problem, as well as being able to hit the high altitude or the difficult altitude sounding rocket contract. Cool. Cool. What did I call this thing? We have the BioWac S, which added sounding payload, the BioWac SA. This isn't really the SA2, this is just the BioWac 2, which also happens to have features of the other ones. Alright, we can't fly this yet, and I'm not going to bother tooling it yet because we might make other changes. But as soon as we have that engine unlocked, we can go ahead and do that. And that'll be a nicer, repeatable contract that we'll be able to hit with some regularity. All right. So the next one, this is a V2 camera sounding. So this is for the downrange distance. This one. Just for funsies, I'm going to launch this one due north because I can. It is just dawn. Let's do a dawn launch. Oh no, it's rolling out. Oh. Never mind. Alright, we're doing an evening launch. Either way, the lighting will be nice. All right. We are blasting through bunch of these contracts, which is great. Cool. We should have our maximum subsidy right now. Yes, cool. That is fantastic. That is an extra $70,000 a year that we're getting. Or, well, subsidy minimum is half that, so it's an extra $36,000 a year that we're getting. Either way. Well, whatever town this is that I'm falling directly on top of, RIP this city in Georgia. And a little more science, which will be fantastic. Yay, science. Yeah, and we got a little bit from shores. Flying high. What was that one? If we look at planetary photography... Yeah, Flying High Forest is done. And Space Low Forest is almost done. Unfortunately, I think we're going to need a bigger rocket to lob these things further downrange if we want to start getting more of the science from some of the other biomes, right? If we want to hit desert or mountains or tropics or anything like that, we are not going to do that if we're only launching things, you know, within the American Southeast. I got to be able to at least launch a rocket to Mexico before I can get... All right, early rocketry is coming up, though, so that'll give us our updated... our AJ-10 engine that we need for the biological sample. Yeah, this config. It'll also give us the NAA-75, which is a delight. I want to see how close I am to the 3 megameter contract. We don't really need to rush it, and, like, you know, we have plenty of subsidy, right? Our subsidy is capped right now. But yeah, all we have to do is hit 3 kilometers downrange. Yeah, let's build a rocket for it. Let's see if we can hit it with our current tech. Certainly if we switch the engine to the NNA 75, we can. I want to see if we can do it with just the XLR-43. I'm not sure if the XLR-41 plus the Zasser one is enough. We might need to swap in some better engines. But our 3 megameter rocket should be pretty close to possible. Where if we can't do it with our current tech, it'll be shortly after that. All right, but Twitch is telling me that it has been an hour since I started streaming, and that means Twitch wants to run ads again. So I will take the opportunity to warm up my tea, and I will see everybody in 3 minutes. And then we will start working on that 3 megameter rocket design, and not just flying the same missions over and over for the whole stream. And we are back. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and if I expand this, and if I find subassemblies, let's drop, yeah, everything from this avionics down into a subassembly. And then let's open, oh, I don't know. The BioWack SA, I guess, is going to be the closest one to what I want. Everything on the bottom goes away. Bins can go away. We'll be up in space by then. We don't need any of the payload. And if we just grab our booster, and obviously I need to put a cone of some sort there, an adapter. Alright, this is a little bit too tall for the launch pad, so we will have to update it, but we are in the mass range at least. Let's add that structural piece. Yeah, structure procedural. There we go. On top. Bottom is 1.25. Yep, there we go. And then this is certainly going to need a custom script. So let's work on a little bit of code. New, what are you gonna be? We'll call you Bumper, because this is basically Bumper Whack. Alright, so this is the V2 part. We need all of that to be the same. So the V2 script ends, yeah, when the thrust runs out. So at that point, I mean, we could just do this. So if all we do is just stage it as soon as possible when Bumper burns out, I have this set as 2 stages, and we do want to put some ullage. If I find, yeah, these separation motors. And do them like that. You don't have a boot file. You need a boot file. Let's find KOS reread boot folder. Bumper. Yeah. Oh, and we need to change this to the XASR2. So the XASR2 has exactly the same everything, except it runs on helium instead of nitrogen. So we should see when we switch to it, well, about 30 meters a second more delta V. Not a huge bump. But possibly enough. Let's sim it, and let's just see where we end up. We want to launch target azimuth 90 because we want all the help we can get from planet Earth. I think we're probably going to end up very overlofted, but we'll find out. I'm also not spin stabilizing this currently, which we might need to do as well. I spent a bunch of time fighting with spin stabilization during the first attempt, and I have a better idea of how to do it correctly this time. Yeah, we're only tilted down like 40 degrees, which actually might be fine. I'd rather be a little bit lower, but... Oh, the staging was wrong. Shoot. That was my fault. Separation engines need to be in this stage. Okay, let's just fast forward through the first part of the launch again, because we know this works. Oh, of course. This is the throttle being reset to 0 issue thing. Yeah. That's fine. We can fix that in the script. How did I do this in the WAC script? Oh, because we have stuff going on. Okay. But I could just wait until, like, ship thrust equals 0, right? That should just keep the script running until the engine burns out, and then the throttle won't get reset to 0. And I'm going to go back to vehicle assembly, because I'm going to fix the staging for real while I'm fixing things. There. Save that. Sim it again. What the heck is going on? Oh, V2 stage unlocks throttle as well. Okay. So I need to lock throttle back to 1.0 as well. in the bumper script. That is part of the problem. Okay. And you can see how it tumbles, which is why we might need to re-add spin stabilization. Yeah, it's not really stable. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Let's add some spin motors to the separation. Engines. Spin motors. 2 of those. Oh, 2 of them, I said. Okay. So we do separate and spin, and then ullage, and then fire, right? Yes. So script-wise, separate and spin, wait to fire ullage, and then fire the engines. The spin motors have a rated burn time of, okay, 3 seconds. We'll wait 3. I think this is what we ended up doing in the previous stage, or the previous save that got this to work, was doing the spin stabilization before we go under thrust. It was trying to spin and thrust forward at the same time. That was causing instability. But we're going to find out if that's true. So, spin, ullage, go. Love it. Whoa. Well, that was obviously not enough spin. But actually, are we stable-ish? Are we stable enough, is the question. Will we turn into a flat spin or not? We are processing, but we're not processing a lot? Yeah, and we're still clearly pushing forward. Our AP is way too high. Yeah, we might want to let physics settle after the decouple. That might help as well. Yeah, so 2 megameters downrange. Which, I mean, we can almost certainly achieve this if we switch the engine on the first stage to the NAA75, if this is hitting 2 megameters. I just wanted to see if we could hit it without Yeah, 6,000 meters a second I think is a little light for the 3-kilometer downrange. Let me check the RP-1 wiki, see what it says. 3 megameters downrange. So it says about 6 kilometers a second, actually. So we are a little light. We're right on the cusp. But if we can tweak this thing's flight characteristics, it will absolutely achieve what we need. So we shouldn't need to switch to the bigger engine down here, is what I'm saying. So part of it is the overlofting, and we can fix that with our initial... pitch over. So yeah, if I let this take target pitch as a parameter, then bumper can say, instead of pitching over 10, we can pitch over like 15. And see if we can be a little less overlofted. And then the other thing is this spin up, which either needs more spin engines, so we're spinning faster, or we need right, and we could absolutely just do another set of spin engines. Fix that. Fix these to actually be duplicated. And that might be all we need for a more stable spin up. But alternatively, like you said, Starfighter, we might need just like a half a second delay between... I mean, we may as well add it in. We can change more than one thing. We're bad scientists. So we stage. We just wait until the stage is ready, and then we stage again. So that'll be decouple, spin up, wait for the spin motors to finish, fire ullage motors, ignite our main engine. And then just wait until the engine burns out. Alright. Let's see how this does. We changed like 5 things all at once. We're great scientists that way. Construction. Simulate. So this is going to try to pitch over a little bit, and then it's going to have the slightly modified upper stage separation sequence. So we will hopefully see ourselves hit a better... hit closer to a 45-degree, maybe, launch platform for the second stage. It might be a little low, though. We're going to have to play with the launch pitch. I mean, yes. But we're not doing that, so... And I disagree. I think at best we have to tolerate statistics. All right. Oh, this looks good, actually. This is going to be pitched over much closer to 45 degrees here. Spin up. All right. 3 seconds is probably too long to wait on the spin engines. But other than that, we're definitely still processing badly. Oof. Yeah, the wait might be worse than the not wait. Did I mess up my staging? So part of it is because we're not... The first time we did this, we made sure that we had RCS control of the overall first stage, and we might have to do that. Yeah, I think we did decide that less was more with the spinners. But part of it is also we don't have RCS control of the upper stage right now, and that was something that we had when we did this initially as well. Which I could do, actually. I could give us RCS again. If I take this and make it a tank. Because if all we have to do is be able to, like, lock our steering and just kind of hold the ship stable-ish before firing the upper stage, then we don't need a ton of RCS, right? The issue is that we're doing our gravity turn and we're still pitching. So when we separate the upper stage, it's still got that angular velocity and it wants to keep pitching down, except now it's a, you know, separate tumbling upper stage. So I think the weight is actually counterproductive because we will have kept pitching before we add the spin. But also I think we need to try to arrest some of that pitch. And I think the way to do that is with actual RCS control of this stage. Zero 0.3, 1.25. And then I want command and control. Actually, one way is probably fine, huh? Don't want linear. Radial. Actually, I should just use the, There we go. So those come on, I mean, it doesn't matter when we launch. The spin is fine. Okay. New code. So we launch. We want to lock steering to... What do I want? Local prograde is ship. What is it? I guess it's just ship surface prograde, because we're still suborbital, so the surface velocity is fine. Common has, yeah, steering locked. And then I'm going to pull the spin back into the same stage, because I think that was what we did last time and it worked. So that'll be the spinners here. Then ullage, and then engine. So you are going to be high pressure. And you're going to be filled with, I guess, nitrogen is all I have. Do I have a better one? I have nitrogen or helium. Nitrogen, ISP 51, helium, ISP 118. Let's do helium. And then I guess the other thing I want to do is we don't want to use RCS during this section. We want to wait until here. Until after the V2 stage burns out. Yeah. I don't know. I could look at my old scripts for this, but I'm trying to solve things in slightly different ways. Ooh, cool. Donk. What? Not allowed to settle name that will clobber or hide built-in variable called O. Of course, because there's a global prograde, even though I always used the scoped one. Fine. Alright. Let's have the terminal open just so we can see it. don't have a lot of helium, but hopefully we don't need a lot. Hopefully it can just, because it just has to kind of arrest its kind of current pitching before it deploys to try to limit the effects of the spin, or kind of try to limit the precession. Oh, and we bonked. What did I do? Ship. Oh, SRF prograde. That's what I want. Actually, this is what I want. Except instead of locking steering to this, which is the one that I'll update every frame, what I want to do is this. And then we'll lock to that heading. Okay. It's processing less, which might be all we need. No, we never got it perfect. It was always processing a little bit, and it always will, because it always already has a little bit of angular velocity when we start. We can't completely null out the angular velocity. All right, that's pretty good. That's looking nice. 2.7. Ah, we're so close. If we can manage to eke a couple hundred more meters a second at delta V out of this, it'll hit it no problem. Otherwise, yeah. Oh, we're just at 6,000. Yeah. Adding the helium is definitely an issue. I mean, if we wait until, like, avionics prototypes, that's probably enough, right? Like, just to, I mean, I could test this, actually. And go down to, like, much less. Science core, avionics prototypes, 50. Yeah, there we go. That's 230 more meters a second. And if we sim this, I bet it achieves the goal. I think we're just right on the cusp of being able to hit this. And that lighter upper stage is going to do wonders for our overall flight profile. Yeah, maybe still not quite there. 2. Oh yeah, 3. There we go. Yep. So yeah, the next avionics tech gets us to the 3 megameters. That's not bad. I'm willing to wait for that. Especially since we can avoid having to build a very, very overbuilt vessel for it. We are, all in all, still pretty early in the tech tree to be pushing for the 3 megameter, so I think it is fine to wait for that tech. We have launches we can do in the interim. We still need to be looking at getting the advanced biological sample mission done. But yeah, when we look at research, that's still, well, that says 5409, but it'll come up because we're always still hiring more researchers, right? So that'll pull forward, no problem. This thing does need to be colored though. Let's give it a pattern. All right, I'll save this for now. I'm not going to tool any of it yet. But I think this can hit the 3 megameters when the time is ready. And that is with significantly less... That is a significantly less intense rocket than what we used for the first attempt at 3 megameters. So I am pretty happy with that. And then if we look at the 5 megameter rocket, This doesn't say what we need for it. But I think for 5 megameters, I mean, let's just see. You know what? Let's do some science here. Why not? If we start turning this into... What are our next techs gonna be after avionics prototype? So basic solids, okay. And then early materials science, which will give us better tanks. So if we upgrade the tankage on this, how much extra delta V do we get? That's a question. We upgrade to AL stringers. No. Sorry. Highly pressurized. ASR2. You as well. Choose tank type. AL stringer for helium. Another 400 meters a second. Okay, not enough to push to 500 or to push to 5 megameters, just as is. And then after that is basic rocketry. And basic rocketry... Wait, we will already have the NAA-75 from... early rocketry. Oh. Don't know if the initial version of this is significantly better or not. I get this to lock in? Yeah! Alright, so with the XLR-43, what's the rate of burn time? 65 seconds? Yeah, this is actually overburning. Actually, it's not too bad. Minute 12 off of a 65 second. That's actually just about right. But the 5 megameter contract also needs payload, so we are probably going to need the A6. The actual Redstone engine. Yeah, and if we push this up to... And this is where this starts getting ridiculous and it's time to go wider, right? But... as long as it doesn't lose the nozzle. Yeah, seriously, what's up with nozzles lately? So yeah, this is getting silly. We would want to switch to an actual, I think, more like the redstone diameter for this. Which was 5 foot 10 inches. What is that in meters? 1.778. Okay. And this is currently, yeah, 1.6. So yeah, if we go to 1.8 meters... But there's other potential improvements by the time we get to basic rocketry, so we're not going to save that as is right now. We also might be able to do 5 megameters with a, you know, an upper stage... Oh, this also gives us the LR-43/LR-89 at this point. Yeah. So that's also something to maybe experiment with. Although I don't think the early LR-43 is going to be that much better than the XLR-43. 600 kilonewtons, 265 ISP. Yeah, running on ethanol 90. Okay, so it is a significantly bigger engine. So yeah, the LR-43 is also potentially worth looking into. But we will also, you know, we have solids at that point and other things. The other thing that we need to think about designing a mission for is advanced suborbital. Advanced biological suborbital. Which needs to be a fairly significant lob. And it does need to hit space and some other stuff. But we don't have to push for this one for a while. And I don't know if there's a repeatable version of that. There is a repeatable version of that. Okay. 140, yeah, so it needs to go a little bit faster each time, it looks like. But it is repeatable. So that is something that we could also play with. But we've got some other launches coming up. We've got a camera 2A. Since that doesn't have sounding payload, I assume that that is for this last low space film return. Because it was able to hit these goals last time. And that'll be fine. And then as soon as we hit early rocketry, we can start building a couple of the... There we go. A couple of our non-advanced bio Arabes. Because these were just waiting for the AJ-10 to be available. Let's see, that's the BioWac 2 is what I called that? Yeah. So if we check, yeah, we can tool all of that. Launch. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm on the wrong launch pad, that's why. Launch. Uh-oh. 1.2 tons, max 1. Oh no! Alright, we have to upgrade our launch pad. I didn't realize I had to, Alright, do the modification. How long is that going to take? I didn't realize I was going to have to do that, or I would have started it sooner. What's kOS? kOS is a scripting system for Kerbal Space Program. So all of the rockets that I'm flying, I'm writing programs for. These ones are pretty simple rockets, but just like grabbing my booster engines and doing all of my own flight control through programs instead of manually flying anything. So basically, once I'm in the flight scene, I'm not pushing any buttons myself. It's all being done by the programs that I've written. Where was I? Right. This launch complex needs to be redone. That's fortunately not going to take very long, I don't think. But still. I wish I had realized that I was going to hit a little over a ton there, and I would have done that a little bit sooner, so we could still fly. But I mean, it's 30th of June. Yeah, 3 weeks. It's not the end of the world. All right, now we should be able to launch a couple of those. And I am going to launch 2 of them initially. One of them is going to be for the slow space biological experimentation, because it's designed for this mission. And then the other one will be able to fly altitude sounding rocket difficult, because the requirements for this are less than this one. So we'll be able to knock out both of those. Again, the goal is to keep our reputation high, because that's paying for researchers, and every one of these extra flights that I do is also more science. So we can, it looks like the V2 camera is going to be ready first, though. So let's get that one ready to go. Ooh, start that rollout as well. Oh, nope, I lied. We are doing bio first. Just a little bit faster to roll out. Okay, so low space biological experimentation. 140 kilometers with 115 units of payload. We got that. Let us fly that thing. Cool. So yep, this just has to hit altitude and then return home. Which it is going to hit our target altitude no problem, which means we're going to get plenty of science. Yeah, 4.6 plus a little bit that actually got transmitted. And parachutes, okay. All right, there we go. Easy peasy. Another contract complete. Bunch of science. Yeah, it looks like we're almost done with Earth flying high, but we still have a great deal we can get from Earth space low. Okay, so next we've got one of the camera rockets. Let me try to get an idea for, yeah, planetary photography, Earth, space low, forest we've done almost all of, water we have done all of. It's really hard from where we are to hit anything that isn't forest or water. That's just like all of the launch azimuths near here are forests or, yeah. Oh, and of course it's cloudy. Oh, and I can't zoom in any further than this either. So this is just totally useless. But like from Florida, like we can maybe hit. I haven't had luck hitting mountains flying north. I don't think I'm going far enough north to hit Appalachia. Maybe if we go due south, we might be able to hit something that counts as jungle or something down there. I don't know. It's worth a shot to try to get some different biomes out of this launch. So I'm gonna set our launch azimuth to 180 for this launch. And we will warp to complete for the rollout. Or are we looking at downrange distance LV? Where am I launching from? Cape Canaveral. But the range of our rockets, because we're still in 1953, you know, we're only able to launch a rocket, you know, in a kilometer or two radius around us. These are still very early suborbital launches. All right, 200 kilometers altitude, 600 kilometers downrange. We can hit this. We have hit this with this rocket before. So yeah, this one's gonna try to go due south. I don't think we're actually gonna hit Central America. We probably should have gone more southwest. But we might get more time over whatever counts as Shores biome, which is new science for us. We haven't spent a bunch of time in the Shores biomes. So, we'll see what we end up with. But yeah, our, well, that is loud. At any rate, our radius is kind of this region here. Yeah, and this is, yeah, still flying high forest, it thinks is where we are. Not shores. So we're already too far inland. Yep, and that is Space Low Forest done, unfortunately. But as we head south here, we should pass through at least a couple areas that count as shores. So hopefully we come in with a little more science. Ooh. We should still hit the downrange. It's going to be close. 591. Yeah, we'll hit 600. Well, we've officially launched a rocket at Cuba. Nothing bad could ever come of this. All right, another successful mission. Contract complete. Low space film return. How are we doing on? Yeah, we are at the capped subsidy. We're way above the rep we need. we could not fly anything for a year and still have maxed rep. That is pretty cool. That is what I want to be seeing. But the cap does increase over time, so of course we want to be continuing to push that reputation up, because as the cap increases, high forest, low forest, space low shores, flying high. Okay, we did get a little bit of time in shores biomes here. It wasn't a ton of science, but better than nothing. Alright, so besides the occasional launch of this mission, which I can do, but unfortunately we're running out of, like, easy to hit biomes that, you know, just the biomes around us that we can hit easily when we fly those. So I'm not sure that it's necessarily worth it science-wise. The only reason to fly those would be to keep the reputation up. What we will be able to do soon when we get early science is that these bio-whacks, when we fly them for the altitude-sounding rocket mission, we will be able to add the... where's the payload here? Here we go, the ion mass spectrometer. And that'll be a bunch of, I mean, not a huge amount of new science, but it will be some new science that we can start getting here. We're still, I mean, pretty early in, right? Yeah, 2.5 years in, and we've got 3.5 years on these programs, although ideally we don't want to be going much past another 2 years or so in them. Yeah. So yeah, the 3 megameter and then 5 megameter launches, and then this advanced biological suborbital are the ones that we want to be looking at. So I might look at advanced biological suborbital, because we weren't quite hitting 3 megameters with our current tech level. I think the rocket I designed for that needs avionics prototypes. But we might be able to hit advanced biological with our current rockets without needing much more. We'll do some science, or some testing rather, to see if we can do the science. But that will be after the ad break. Twitch is telling me that it is that time again. For anybody new here, I have pre-roll ads turned off because I don't want you to miss anything important. So I only run ads once an hour, and I take a quick break when I run the ad to get some water and be a human being and stretch my legs. So I'm going to go ahead and run that break. That'll run for 3 minutes, and then I will be back. And we'll see what we need to design for rockets. We'll see what tech we need to wait for. And we'll get some more stuff figured out. But I appreciate you sticking around through the break, and I'll see everyone soon. Okay, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the break and supporting the channel. We are looking at this contract, the first advanced biological suborbital experiment. 2,200 meters a second, 140 kilometers minimum altitude, 200 units of sounding payload. I think we're really close to being able to hit this with our existing rockets. So this is the camera without sounding payload. Where's the 2SA? Here we go. This is the one that has sounding payload on it. First things first, we only need 200 liters. Good. Second things second, take the parachute off. This is obviously silly. But just for a quick test, I want to see how close to that 2,200 meters a second surface velocity this can hit. Oh, this is going due south. I guess the flight direction doesn't really matter. I mean, that's looking pretty good, isn't it? We're already at 1,000 with like 1,500 meters a second more. I think we only needed to hit 2,200. And our losses are only going to get lower as we go. 1,500. 2,000. Yeah, 22. Yeah, 2,500 meters a second surface velocity. Beautiful. And then this should be able to finish the rest of that mission profile. Cool. So besides needing to make this, you know, less awful looking, I think it will work for this mission. All right. What's our current tank type on these? AL fuselage. Okay, so we don't even have the uprated aluminum tanks yet, or better avionics that are going to make this lighter. So this might actually be very close to good enough for the whole, for all the follow-ups as well. Let's see what that looks like in the contract real quick again. So yeah, the first one, 2,200 meters a second, 200 units of payload, no problem. We were just able to do that. The second one, 2,800 meters a second. We hit 25. Okay. So we only need... I mean, we need more than 300 meters a second of delta V because we still have losses, blah, blah, blah. But we're going to be pretty close to... being where we want with just a few small upgrades, I think. Yeah, we've got avionics prototypes and then early materials science, and I wonder if those two things together are going to be enough to get this up to hitting 28. So if I go switch to AL stringers here, and then here avionics prototypes, and here avionics prototypes, and then pull the decoupler off, apply settings a few times on the parachute, just get the parachute as light as possible, basically. What are we up to? 4,000. This might not quite hit 2,800. Where else can I shave some weight? Experiments. We don't need a barometer anymore. Or a thermometer. Both of those experiments are done. That didn't really save anything. Turn the utilization down. Does that... 4060 versus the original utilization at 4061. Okay, yeah, that didn't matter. Let's just see what this hits. Let's see if this can hit 2800. And because we're looking at our surface velocity or our surface speed, not our orbital speed, flying south versus whatever direction doesn't matter because we don't care about the kick to our velocity that the Earth's rotation gives us. Nah, 2,700. Not quite. Close, though. So close. Oh, I can taste it. But we're actually going to need to add some more structural components to this as well. Just to get it to, you know, obviously, so this biological capsule isn't just sitting here and some other things like that. Okay, so I don't think we can quite hit this with the XLR-41. If we switch to the NAA-75... Does it taste slightly charred? I think I already forgot what I said or did that would have been in reference to. My brain has moved on. Yeah, with the NAA-75, which we do need to put on a bigger tank, so... If we go to the 1.8, what's the rated burn time? Oh, let's bring down the Mount V scale a little bit, too. Yeah, that doesn't really get us much, does it? Going for the NAA 75 here. $41.85. I think that's actually... Wait, is that better or worse? I already forgot the number that I said before. Here, let's just sim this. And we're going to have some weird drag because I haven't fixed that nose, obviously. But, oh, also, this script isn't going to work because it has an engine it doesn't recognize. So this is about to go bonk. So this is a V2. See if that's actually the name of this engine. Name tag, oh, it's ROEA 7, okay. A4 empty and XLR 41 empty. Else, choose A40 if XLR 41 empty, else A4. This is stupid. I don't think we actually need to support the A4 anymore. If we do that, then we can just do this. Instead of trying to nest ternaries, which is always a bad idea. I think we're just not flying the A4 anymore. I think we're past that, so I'm not going to worry about it. Really, I should be switching this over to redstone code, but I just want to get this running so I can see this work in the simulator. And then once I confirm that this is working, then we'll start making a redstone stage based on the A6 and A7 engine. Oh, what did I do? Okay. Oh, because it's a typo. NAA 57 in the script instead of NAA 75. Oh, and of course... fix staging. Oh, I meant to revert to the VAB. All right, I'm gonna save this actually as V2 bio. This isn't actually on the V2, this is on the redstone. So we're at 4185 right now. If I were to drop, this is the old XLR41 based booster. I do have to go in here and go back to AL Stringer. And I have to go here, go back to avionics prototypes. So 4061 versus, with the stubby redstone, 4185. Okay. So yeah, switching to the NAA 75 does give us an extra 100 meters a second of delta V. Okay. I will take that. And we're probably gonna need some form of something that is more like a redstone eventually anyway. I'm gonna have to change my decal to fit better in that space that we have available because it's stubby. 2.4 to 5.5. Oh, that's more like a 2.5x. That's part of the problem. But we'll mess with that later. For now, let's run this sim. And we will see how close we are to hitting that 2800. And this isn't doing anything different with the flight profile at all. I purely just want to see how high the surface velocity gets. $2,700 again. All right. So yeah, that extra 100 meters a second we get from the from the A6, or really the XLR43, isn't worth it right now. Which is fine, because that means that we can keep the go back to the subassembly here. So we do want the avionics prototypes version. We do want these tanks to be AL Stringer. The avionics up top are, yeah, avionics prototypes. Avionics prototypes. This thing. Oh, this needs to be HPAL Stringer as well. Didn't realize that I had messed that up. Yeah, that doesn't get us that much more delta V, though. $4,096. I mean, I could put an actual upper stage on this thing. I just don't want to. I'll save it for now. All right, so let me figure out where I'm at, what I have to fly soon. We've got early science coming soon, which gives us the advanced biological capsule, which is why I'm kind of looking into that. But it's also looking like I need avionics prototypes and early materials science if I actually want to be able to hit that contract. The 3 megameter contract is similar. I think the thing that I designed is using the next materials science node and the next avionics node. So, like, we can't fly that much sooner either. Oh no, this is on AL fuselage. Okay. So this one isn't set for... It is avionics prototypes, but it's not... okay. Avionics prototypes, but not early materials science. Okay, well that's like 1.5 years, which is fantastic that we can do this earlier. But then we're nowhere near 5 megameters, right? And I think 5 megameters is where we're gonna need to start looking at bigger rockets. But like 56 to 57... Ugh. Let's go into R&D and let's figure out where we're at with like our capabilities and what we've currently got scheduled for research. So right now we have early rocketry, which gives us the basic NAA-75. So basic rocketry is the next one. Okay. And with basic rocketry, we get the A6 config. The proper A6. And if we look at basic rocketry, okay, that's currently the end of 56. We could actually bring that up. I think it does need early materials science. I don't remember. Yeah, it needs early materials science, but we don't have to do solids yet. Right? We could pull solids down. So that gets basic rocketry to May of 56. A little bit sooner, because we are going to be consistently hiring researchers on the way. But with basic rocketry, I think we can build, like, a proper redstone, and that would get us... I mean, let's see, if we just change this to... Let's grab the A6... And if we set this to its better engine config, and we're going to change this to be the 1.8 meter diameter, because it is going to be a real redstone, and bring down the mount so it looks good, somewhere around there. And by that point, we will have stringers fill. Oops, gotta attach that so we can actually see what it's doing. It's 1.5 minutes. What's this engine rated for? 2 minutes? 121 seconds. Okay. Yeah, it's 6 seconds more than we have rating for, but like... This might be... Well, it certainly won't be all that it takes, but... Obviously, we're going to need to support more... What's our mass of this thing? 25 tons. This is just a significantly larger rocket. But it's also on the cusp of orbital. You know, this is very close to an orbital class rocket, right? A proper redstone. This isn't an orbital class upper stage, but I'm curious if I call this Bumper 2, which is not at all what it is. I'm curious where we're going to end up with this. It ought to be dangerously close to the 5 megameters. We might be in a weird place with the... Didn't I say RCS off at the start of the bumper script? We did. Yeah. As long as it's not actually trying to steer with RCS, and it's not. Oh yeah, our pitch over might be way too aggressive for the redstone. Because it's a much bigger, heavier rocket with a lower TWR. Yeah, that's going to be too much. So let's set our target pitch a little bit lower, and let's revert this. Even where I have it now, I turned it down from 15 degrees, which is very aggressive, to 10. But if this can hit this 5 megameter goal, and maybe also if the same redstone booster section can hit the advanced bio goal, then I am going to call this fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine, and it'll get us, we'll be in a pretty good place. Yeah, we are definitely still probably pitching over too aggressively, but we'll see where we end up here. You know, maybe not. Yeah, we're a little low. We're definitely a little low. But I'll see where we end up with the 5 megameter, and we'll tweak it. Oh, 5 megameter also needs sounding payload, and this doesn't have that. So I'll need to make some other tweaks to the design. Yeah, 30 degrees is a little flat. But, oh, look at that, though. Yep, and this is the part where Principia gets confused and thinks that I'm slingshotting around the Earth's core. Yeah, that is apparently dangerously close to an orbit. Oh, 5 megameters, no problem! Okay, but this doesn't have the payload that it's going to need for that. So let's double check that. So I think if we can hit 3 megameters pretty easily with just a couple more tech nodes. If this gets us to 5 megameters, and I need to double check again the payload that we need for it, and it's probably not going to hit it with payload, unfortunately. All. Yeah, so 5 megameters needs... Oh, it doesn't need sound. Oh, yeah, sounding payload of 50. Okay, that's not bad. We'll see how much that nukes our delta V, but we can also tweak our initial pitch. We have a bunch of knobs that we can turn here. But this is getting ahead of ourselves, is what it is. I do think that'll work fine for the 5 megameter, ultimately. But right now, we're waiting for early science. I think I want to pull up early materials science and basic rocketry ahead of avionics prototypes. Because I need basic rocketry for the real A6 engine. That's the thing. And with that, I should... Oh, but I was using avionics prototypes in the 3 megameter rocket, wasn't I? The original bumper. And I don't know if it'll quite hit 3 megameters without the lighter avionics. Yeah, we don't want bumper 2, we want the basic bumper. Yeah, this is the XLR-41 bumper at 6229 meters a second. And this is using avionics prototypes, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, and this won't hit without avionics prototypes. Okay. Yeah, and it's not using the better tanks. Oh. I wonder if it'll hit with the better tanks instead of avionics prototypes, if we just do the tankage research. But go back to crappy avionics. And then you also need to be HPAL filled with helium. Yeah, 6361. Okay, so the tankage is actually better than the avionics improvement. And so if we look at our overall show height management here, March of 55, we'll be able to do 3 megameters with this design. If that's all we're waiting on is early materials science. And then we still need to wait for basic rocketry, and then hopefully with basic rocketry, even if we still have the older avionics, we can do the Bio V2. Here, let's sim this as is. I want to see that this configuration hits 3 megameters and that I'm happy with it. So this is the XLR-41 using the improved tanks. just tweaking the order of my science a little bit and trying to get the things that I need pulled up so that I can get So this is definitely going to be overlofted, and I don't really care as long as we can still hit 3 megameters. This is already an initial target pitch of 15 degrees, so like this is a pretty aggressive pitch over. But we are going very high. Oh yeah, no problem. 31, almost 32. Almost 32. Okay, so this version, the only tech we're waiting for is the improved tanks. If I go back to management and I look at my research, and that'll be this early materials science node. With the early science node, what I'll be able to do is start getting a little more which I guess I don't really need to do right now. Like, I could actually pull these up. Is that the order of operations? This gets us the 3 megameter rocket right now. And then if I do V2 bio, yeah. As stupid looking as it is, go back to, nope, where's the decoupler? There's the decoupler. This one will hit the 2200 for advanced science, right? And it's just using, it is using the stringer tanks. Oh, and this is on avionics prototypes though right now. Huh. So maybe I do basic rocketry first. Or maybe we do it like this, even. The problem is that this is, like, we're just low on science at that point, and, like, the reason that I pulled up early science is because we can start adding the mass spectrometer to our launches. Because I suspect if I switch this to start, we are going to find... $4,000. Oh! If this can still hit the 2200, then... like, this would be the order of operations, right? But what do we need for... sorry. I'm losing track of my thoughts here. I might need to actually take notes very shortly. Bumper 1 is running on normal tanks. It's running on normal avionics. It needs the SASR-2, which we can currently purchase. Can I just fly this right now? Is that what I'm learning? That I can just fly this one? If that is the case, then... yeah, it's an XLR-41. That's fine. It's an SASR-2. It is... all of these are unlocked everything. Okay, I think I actually am ready to fly the 3 megameter launch. I don't think I had fully appreciated that that was the case. But if that is the case, then... what I want to do is I want to... well, I want to modify... I need to modify the V2 launch complex to actually be able to handle this. Oh, this has avionics prototypes in it currently. Okay. So I was planning on... God, let me go back to management. Let me understand what I'm doing. Okay, so this needs avionics prototypes. So saying, like, yeah, I could totally fly 5 megameters without avionics prototypes is pointless. I do still want to finish early science because I'm going to just start adding that to every launch and we'll get some amount of science from it. And then avionics prototypes. And then we need material science for rocketry. Okay. I think this is what we're doing. I don't think we can do much better than this unless we defer the science upgrade. So if this one is waiting for avionics prototypes, can I do... where's V2 Bio? Yeah. If I do this on the current everything... thank you, I... we use the current tankage and the current 2616. Oof. So yeah, with current tankage and current I don't think this is going to hit the 2200. Okay. So we do at least need to wait for avionics prototypes then. But with avionics prototypes, I bet we can get away without the tankage upgrade. And 2642, that's going to be tight, actually. This one might need early materials science to actually happen. Oh, whoops. No. I see our problem. Much better. Let's go away from avionics prototypes then. I was on the wrong tank type. That's fine. And you, post-war avionics. Okay. So with this stuff in this configuration, we've got 3,700. All we're waiting for is the science. This can fly as soon as we have this science tech. And if that is the case, save this. Oh, sorry, I've completely confused myself about what my different missions actually need, and... Okay. So, advanced biological needs to hit 2,200 meters a second with 200 units of sounding payload. And I think this can hit that. I think I do want to change a couple of things. Pull this decoupler off. Previous size a few times. Apply settings. You... keep the avionics unit the same, because I'm going to reuse this 1.25 avionics scale. What I will do is I'll add a structural piece. Cone from 1.25 down to whatever this is, 0.75. Pretty close to 0.75. All right. And then if I pop off the decoupler here, again, with this parachute, just like apply settings a bunch of times. Make sure that it is correct. 3,700 meters a second. That should be enough to hit the 22. I will set it, test it, of course. But... And that's still using, yeah, the regular aluminum fuselage. Regular aluminum fuselage. We're using our current avionics tech. We're using our current tankage. We're using our current engine. So the only thing this needs is the science. Okay. So if this can complete the... This is going to run V2 camera. That's fine. If this can complete this with this setup, then we'll be able to fly this as soon as we get the science tech, which is fantastic. We'll need to wait a little while before we can fly an upgraded one, but... And then we also might be able to put the sounding payload on these and fly this instead of the camera to get a little bit of science from the downrange milestone. Or not downrange milestone, the downrange development sounding rocket contract as well. 1,000, 2,000, yeah, 22, no problem. 25 and change. Okay, I think that's basically the same as what it hit before. And then the rest of this is all This will, I think, work. Just want to make sure that our parachute behaves the way I want it to. Because if we can start flying these for the downrange LV development contracts, that's just a little more science, right? Each of these things only gets, there's only so much science that comes from one of these. I don't have comms. And the advanced biocapsule is a pretty slow research, but still. New science is new science. .3 meters a second. Perfect. Okay. So, taking notes on the order that our research is occurring in and the things that need it, so I actually remember. So, our next... At early science... That gives us the V2 bio. That's this one that we're working on now. At avionics prototypes, we get bumper. Did I say that bumper was just on prototypes, or is it also on upgraded tanks? Bumper is on prototypes. Okay, cool. And then it didn't look like I was able to achieve with just avionics prototypes and early materials science. It didn't seem like I could get bio to hit the requirements for... Oh no, did I not save my... Shoot. I didn't save my nose cone changes. Oops. Alright, that's fine. It's a quick fix at least. Structural. Cone from 1.25 down to 0.75. You attach here. You go down to there, pull this off, apply settings. Okay. Save it this time. If we check, what do we have to tool for this? Oh, just... Yeah. All right. At any rate, sorry. So with avionics prototypes, we get bumper. And after that is early materials science. And I think I had decided that even with avionics prototypes and better tanks, we needed a redstone to hit the 2800. I mean, we can try it. AL stringer. HP AL stringer. And avionics, prototypes. And here, post-war avionics, smaller battery. Yeah, this just doesn't quite push itself over that 4,000 that we need. So we'll probably want to fly the second one. The upgraded version of this, rather, will have to be on the Redstone. Which right now I think is sitting inside bumper 2 here. Yeah. And this waits for basic rocketry, but it uses the A6 engine. It uses, yeah, we're still using the stringer tanks like we want. And we also are using avionics prototypes, of course. Okay. And this one I tested as getting me pretty darn close to 5 megameters. Considering I forgot to retool the upper stage with stringer tanks, I think we can consistently hit 5 megameters if we so desire. Yeah. Okay. And then if we drop this thing into B2 bio. Yeah, you're always missing bio capsule. Yeah, this will hit the 2800, no problem with this design. And we haven't even uprated this tank yet, or any of the other stuff that we might need to do. Okay. So that'll get us to 5 megameters, and that'll run the second and probably the third advanced bio contract. We'll run on a redstone. And then, what is that called? Basic rocketry. So early science, we'll get the V2 bio, and we want to upgrade everything we fly with mass spectrometers. Basic rocketry, bumper 2, redstone bio. And that pretty much gets us through the sounding rocket era at that point. Like, at that point we are flying a very nearly orbital redstone, and it will only take a couple of small tweaks to start hitting orbit. Which is where we want to be, right? We want to be ending the phase of this program as we're ready to grab the next one. And I think we're pretty much gonna be there. Our next techs after that, we have a couple of solid techs. We have basic solids, and then we have 56 to 57 solids. And this one might give us... this one might give us first scientific satellite. Because that's very close, again, to what flew Explorer 1, and also to what we flew as our own first orbital configuration during the first attempt. But we'll have, we've got like a 7,500 megameter contract, I think, that we get as part of, don't save that. If we look at the satellites contracts, I think there's like one more downrange development contract that we get for early satellites. First artificial, first scientific, blah blah. Maybe it doesn't show up there. Let's check here. RP-1, early satellite. Yeah, we have these extra downrange milestones. These 50 units of sounding payload, etc., etc. So we should be able to uprate our current design for Bumper 2 with whatever we need to push 6,000 or 7,500. You know, changing our upper stage configurations, whatever, as we work through these next techs. Basic solids don't give us much, but 56 to 57 solids, we should definitely be able to hit those milestones. And then after that, our next kind of goals, yeah, we start hitting satellite era electronics and materials science, and that's pushing us more into being able to do more advanced satellites, which is all good. Yeah, that's this satellite era. So yeah, these are the next, you know, researches that we're adding to the pile. 58, yeah, 58 here gives us a baby sergeant upgrade, but taking that before, you know, the next NA-75 upgrade seems silly. A6H and the A7. The A7 is the one that we actually want. Anyway, that is all looking good, and we have plenty of science coming up, I think, from the missions we're going to be flying. Looking at, well, we've got a normal bio whack coming up for, I assume that's altitude difficult. Yes. And then we're going to have to do downrange LV difficult coming up, but we might do that after. I could fly a camera, just a V2 camera, as a downrange LV. That wouldn't be so bad, instead of stalling until we have the science tech. Until we get early science. Because, yeah, that's 1954-01. It's currently September of 53. Yeah, I may as well fly a V2. Let's fly another camera. Why not? It'll give us at least a few points. V2 camera 2SA. This is the one we want. This has the 500 units of sounding payload. Launch. Few more fractions of a point of science, and yeah. All right, Twitch is yelling at me that it is time to do an ad break again, so I'm going to let Twitch do that. When we come back, we will we'll push forward to these upcoming launches and the early science tech, and we'll start moving through this this to-do list that I've kind of been generating. All right, welcome back. Thanks for waiting for me. I think I said we had a couple of launches to do. Yes. So... Oh, and the other thing we need to make sure is that we schedule time to upgrade Launch Complex 2 for the bumper. That was not on my list, but it will need to happen. And we'll also need to start making a launch complex at some point for basic rocketry for the Redstone Bio and for Bumper 2. Both of those are also going to be... That's going to need a whole new launch complex, because that's a significantly larger rocket, and I don't think upgrading Launch Complex 2 is going to be worthwhile. But for now, I think we can do... Yeah, recondition Launchpad 1, that's fine. Get the BioWack done. And roll that out. And that's going to be difficult altitude. Skip to morning so everyone can actually see. Cool. Yeah, and these are definitely worth flying at semi-regular intervals still, because we will get science out of the biological sample capsule. There's a little bit to get still from the flying high. Oh, we may have actually gotten all of it from flying high at that point, but once we hit space, there will be more. Yeah, space low. It's not a ton, but science is science. And every little bit helps. All right. Yeah, not a ton of science. Oh, hey, I mean 3.2. And then, I mean, that's a 90-day wait on those, and those rockets build fast, so there isn't a point in queuing one up right now. But with those 7 points, I mean, 56 to 57 orbital rocketry is pretty good. Or satellite era science has a bunch of stuff that we're going to need. I'm actually going to grab satellite era science, because we can get a lot of science done early on with this one. And I think we need that research for the first scientific satellite contract. I think it needs the Geiger-Müller counter. Early satellite, first scientific. Yeah, cosmic ray science. Yep. So getting that up there would be great. Yeah, these downrange milestones should be pretty straightforward for us to hit. They are more just extra reputation for us at this point, but more reputation is good. So yeah, we've got a V2 camera coming for downrange distance difficult, and whatever science I can get out of it. Let me look at that again. Yeah, shores, grasslands. We've done water and forest. Yeah, it's hard from where we are to find new directions to fly in to get new science until we get bigger rockets that can lob these things further downstream or downrange. That's the word I'm looking for. All right, reconditioning, and I guess we just wait until this thing's built. Now that it's built, it's probably just about time to also start building another one of these, huh? No, 27 out of 90. All right, we still have time. Let's grab the contract, downrange difficult. And this thing should be able to just fly this mission. Unfortunately, I don't think that much counted as any time in any biomes that we needed. I was hoping we would hit some shores flying down this way, but nah, not really. Oh well. Minimal science gain, but still reputation gain, which, I mean, our reputation is absolutely capped right now. Ooh. Oh, come on. I think I was still in time warp when I hit, so it's bouncing a little more than it normally does. There we go. Now it's settled down. Maybe. There we go. Point. Yeah, a little bit of science. Not a lot. Okay, so early science is going to give us our next real vessel, which is going to be the V2 bio. If we take a look at that, yeah, it needs the advanced bio capsule, of course. It also needs configure experiments. You can actually leave the thermometer on. I think there's still some flying high biomes that we haven't gotten for the thermometer. We don't need the... Oh, I can't do this until we actually get the... Of course. But what I can do is... Oh, and all we have to tool is this this little bit of structure here. Okay. Yeah, tool it. So we do have to wait for the tech to finish before I can actually finish tooling that. Or before I can update the science on it. All right. And with that science done, I can update this, and I can probably also prep to fly. It's probably about time to prep to fly another another normal bio capsule, just the up and down launches. Thermometer and... mass spectrometer. There we go. Waiting, waiting, waiting. We're fully tooled. We're fully tooled. Let's queue... Oh, yes. Unlock 2 parts and integrate vessel. There we go. And then the other thing that we can probably do is queue up another up and down bio flight, the non-advanced bio capsule. How are we getting on our wait time? Yeah, that's been 90 days. So just get one of those going, and that'll get us some amount of science. And I can add the mass spectrometer to the science payload for that as well. BioWhack 2. Set this sounding payload better. $75, because that's what we need. And if we configure experiments, we can get rid of the barometer, do a mass spectrometer instead. And, ooh. Direct launch complex. There we go. So once we fly this V2 Bio, I want to be thinking about when I want to upgrade the launch complex for Bumper, because Bumper is a little too tall for the current complex, and it doesn't have the fuel for the upper stage. So we will need to make that call at some point, and that'll have Launch Complex 2 out of commission for a little while. But since that flies with avionics prototypes, I think we're going to want to do that upgrade kind of as soon as we're done with this V2 Bio launch. All right. Let's 3 days and a few hours ahead. Altitude sounding rocket difficult. Rabbit. So this will be just a little bit more science again, and keeping our, as always, keeping our reputation and confidence up. Oh! Well, engine failed. Wow. Well, we'll have to schedule another one of these, because we certainly did not complete the contract. We haven't had many failures, so I'll count that as my bad luck for the day. And let's just launch another one. All right, we're going to need to change our active contract for the V2 Bio, since that will be the one that's ready. Not that one. First advanced biological. Here we go. Surface velocity of 2,200 meters a second. 200 units of sounding payload. That is what we designed this rocket for. Oh, and I should have skipped to morning. I'm sorry. This is going to be a night launch. My apologies. I was overexcited. That's what I want. I want to Oh well. Oh, there we go. Toggle time mode. 07. Yeah, it's really the middle of the night. There we go, mass spectrometry, Earth flying high, getting a little data from that. But the bio capsule I don't think gives science until we're in space, so. Yep. Yeah, and that needs 24 hours of total flight time, which we are not going to achieve with suborbital launches, that's for sure. Woohoo! Cool. Yep, we just need to return home safely, and this contract will be done. There we go. Contract complete and program complete. I'm not actually going to turn that program in yet, though, because there are a couple of optional missions that I do want to try to fly, and we're not ready to go orbital yet. So we're going to run those optional missions to push up our... And yeah, you could just see how slow the mass spectrometry and the biological sample are. They're really designed to be run orbital, but they will slowly give us a little bit more science over time. But we want to be trying to get, you know, satellite era science soon. You know, maybe we even run that before satellite era materials science. Because we need satellite era science for... Yeah, that gives us the Geiger-Muller counter, the magnetometer, the micrometeorite detector, and the television camera. Yep. Alright, so we're going to make another shot at the BioWack. Advanced suborbital, the next one is 2,800 meters a second. Let's look at our notes. When did we decide we could do this? Redstone Bio, after basic rocketry. Okay. And avionics prototypes gives us bumper. And I think we go back to the game. Yeah, avionics prototypes it's currently April. We have like 2 months on that. So let's upgrade our facility for bumper 1, I think, is what's going to need to happen. So if we open bumper... Yeah, this is expecting avionics prototypes, and if we check this, we are slightly too tall for this launch complex, which stinks. Yeah, height limit 20, that's fine. How long is this going to take? Oh, just 10 days. Okay. And it's also going to add the necessary fuel for this upper stage. It'll do a bunch of little things. And then, do we need to tool this? And the answer is yes. We have our new avionics that we need to tool. And we have this procedural tank, 1.25 by 1... Oh, that's this one. The helium tank that we need to tool. Okay. We're only going to fly one of these, but it's still worth tooling for the most part. Cool. So as soon as we have the tech for this, we'll be able to get it queued up. And then at early materials science, I don't have anything scheduled that can actually fly there. Basic rocketry, and then basic rocketry, I say bumper 2 and redstone bio. And let me actually look at what I put as my design for bumper 2. Because we need to retool the tanks anyway to the upgraded... Yeah. Actually, does this have the upgraded tanks? This does at the moment. What if we just keep this as AL fuselage tanks? Ooh, well, that got messed up. Let's reopen this. Yeah, HPAL fuselage. For the Era B. If this can still hit 5 megameters, then we'll save a little bit on tooling, right? Because here we're only tooling our upgraded avionics. Yeah, we're basically only tooling the redstone here. Even this helium tank is identical, apparently. So that would be cool if this will hit our requirement. But I'm not sure. We'll have to play with that a little bit more when we get closer in on that tech. We also do need to decide when it's an appropriate time. Actually, let's go in there. First of all, I'm gonna save this as the version that only needs minimum tooling changes, or only needs the new tooling and doesn't retool the upper stage. I want to make sure that that is saved. What I also want to see is if I look at a new launch complex for this thing, how much does this mass? 24.6. Okay. So really, even this 25-ton avionics is barely scraping by, and I might have to retool that for more mass later. What does redstone... Did I not save redstone bio? Thought I saved a redstone bio. Darn it. Let's open then... V2 bio. Let's pull off the V2, do the redstone. This has the right tanks. Yes. This has the right avionics. Yes. Okay. How much does this mass? Comparable. Okay. I guess, I mean, most of the mass is probably... Yeah. So 25 tons might be sufficient for this avionics. I'll have to play with that a little bit more. But if I go back to bumper 2... what I was thinking about doing with this was moving to a different upper stage, switching to a proper 1.25 meter upper stage. But if I don't have to change the tooling at all on this, then I won't do that. Because, yeah, if I could just fly this, and then I don't actually have to think about my upper stage designs yet, until I move on to something like a Thor Able or a Thor Regina, then I won't think about my upper stages yet. That's kind of how I'm feeling about it. Alright, so if we look at this, and we look at this new launch complex, it'll give us a little extra space. It probably automatically gave us a little extra height limit. Yeah, 20, and it pushed it up to 23. I'm fine with that. So this is going to take 110 days. And if we look at... Please, can I see... Apparently I can't when that is open. Avionics prototypes is done in 66 days. Oh, well, shoot. Then yeah, we need to do this now. Wait. No. We don't need to do this. Well, it's already started. No, it's not. I'm an idiot. This doesn't need avionics prototypes. This one needs basic rocketry. And that's 132 days out. Okay. And how long did I say this takes? 100 days? A little over 100 days? Actually, maybe it is just time to do it anyway. Unless... I mean, I could wait 17 days and do it, or a little more than 17 days, and do it after this BioWhack flight. That's closer to the right time. But I also need to start staffing it up and other things, so... I also think after avionics prototypes, we can potentially shut down Launch Complex 2. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the launch complex now. It'll only be done a couple months early. We're gonna pay a little bit of upkeep on it, but I think it's worth. I'm gonna design it for the maximum uprated tonnage because we will be stretching the redstone a little bit, and we'll have some heavier upper stages eventually. So I think that's fine. For now, the height limit, adjusting the height limit isn't super expensive. What's our maximum engineers? 138, okay. Ugh. So, looking at where we are at here. Combined, yeah, Launch Complex 3 will be ready a little bit early. What? Oh! These are each their own individual times. That's not how much time until that... Okay, no, then this is definitely too early. Don't build this yet. Keep hiring researchers with that money instead. Because that'll be pulling these dates forward as well. Okay. So yeah, Launch Complex 2 will be done 540416. This will be done 540610. That's fine. I don't think there's much point in flying another downrange distance mission. We have, I mean, other than to keep pushing the reputation up, our subsidy is capped, but I guess more rep is more rep. Because, yeah, I think after Bumper, we are pretty much done with V2s, because we're going to need a redstone for the 7.5 downrange. Or, sorry, the 5,000 downrange, and the 7.5 downrange, but... All right. Yeah, so LC2 is done. All right. But, oh yeah, we still need to wait for avionics prototypes to actually be here before we can. All right, another altitude sounding rocket difficult. That's fine. And launch. We are very nearly through the grindy sounding rocket phase and back into designing more interesting vessels again. Oh, this number goes up. I don't think I realized that. Fortunately, I think this will hit 180 kilometers. But we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. I didn't realize that number increased. This can hit 180. I'm pretty confident in that. But it can't go much further. Ooh, that is dangerously close to right on the edge. But I think we're okay. I think we're through enough of the atmosphere that we are not going to have to worry about it. Ooh, it's close though. Oh no, and I forgot to start mass spectrometry on this. Shoot. Oh well. There's not that much science from, before we leave the atmosphere anyway. Oh hey, we got a little temperature scan in another biome. Cool. Always appreciate a little extra science. Alright, so I'll have to check to see what the target altitude for the next version of this contract is, because we just barely scraped to 180 there. I think we could fly intermediate still, obviously. But difficult is getting difficult. Shockingly, difficult is getting difficult. Okay. So yeah, difficult is now 230 kilometers. Okay, yeah, and intermediate is the 180. So I can definitely hit this with, Oh yeah, and the difficult... Oh, I see. Intermediate tracks... Intermediate doesn't upgrade, difficult pushes forward. I get it now. That's not how these contracts used to work. They changed it at some point. But I understand at least. But yeah, 230 is gonna take some upgrades. I'm not sure if I can make that happen with just a sort of just the Aero B as is. It might take a little more oomph. But I'm also not sure if I'm even going to try to fly that anymore. Looking at where we're at as far as the sounding rocket era, I've got about a year and a half worth of potential decay here. Yeah, and we can start building our redstone thing when we hit early materials science, is when we should start building the our new launch complex. We've still got like 2.5 more years. Realistically, like a year and a half is when I'd like to be. That's when the program starts dropping off in funding, right? And we wanna switch to satellites by then, because it gives us a lot more funding. Yeah. So this suborbital research one, we can actually finish at any time. Like, we can fly the extra missions. But this is the one that we need to be working on, is this 3 megameter and 5 megameter downrange. And if we're looking at 1955-08, that's a little over a year. It'll be a little bit less than that, because we will keep bringing in more researchers. This 200 was a temporary target. But yeah, avionics prototypes. Here, let's get these done. So that's done. That's done. Oh, that does not work the way I was hoping that it would. So avionics prototypes, we're going to do bumper. And I said nothing at early materials science. Let's try going into the VAB here. If we upgrade our BioWhack for early materials science and avionics prototypes, how much higher can we get? So high pressure stringers, and here again, choose tank type, HPAL stringer. And this can actually be a shorter tank now, because it only needs to hit the 75, not the 115. That is 2778 versus the original 2485. 300 meters a second more? I am not sure if that is sufficient. I mean, we could try it. We may as well run the sim and see where we can get. The other thing I should do is pop the decoupler, and because our payload is a little bit lighter, we will save a little more mass as well on the parachute. 2780, 2 meters a second. All right, let's sim this. So this needs to hit, was it 230 kilometers, I think, was the target for the next tick up on difficult. $245. Okay. Beautiful. So yes. So we'll put that in the notes then. With early materials science is BioWhack 2A difficult altitude. Good. It's nice to have more of these in-between flights that I can do. Just to keep gathering a little bit of science, etc., etc. And we haven't even looked at, like, you know, if we wanted to change our... really change our booster. Like, how, I'm wondering where this will end up, just for funsies. What is the burn time on this? 5 seconds. Oh, we always just wait until the sustainer thrust is bigger than the booster thrust on the whack. I wrote a good script. I'm shocked. So yeah, if we do like a Nike Aerobee, and we have not prioritized this booster yet, but if we were so inclined to prioritize Oh, right. It doesn't know the name tag for this. ROE-Nike M5E1. What is it? Nike M5E1. At 0. Okay. Cancel. Revert to launch. Let's see. I'm just curious how far this will get. With that extra kick. And this was a real configuration that was flown, I believe. Nike Aerobee. Yeah, okay, up over 300. So if we so desired, we could pull forward that tech and get up to like 330. Which mostly just gives us a bunch of science, I think, right? Yeah. That's a lot of science done in one launch. But we don't have to do that now. We have the version that can hit 230 just when we get to early materials science, which is cool. And it'll be slightly different tooling than what flies on other missions, but it'll be similar tooling. So because we're going to be, I think, using those same tanks. Oh, please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. My CPU fans are going like wild. Something is unhappy with KSP. Oh, yeah, nope, we're core dumping. It just crashed. All right, well, Twitch is telling me it is just about at o'clock again. So while this reloads itself, I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch run the ad so it doesn't interrupt anything interesting, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Okay, let's see when the last time this saved was. April 1954. I think we're close to where we were. It should have saved when we left the flight scene, right? So if we check our, Launch Complex 1 reconditioning, avionics prototypes, I think we're okay. So I think, let me look at our available. So I think I said trying to do this wasn't worth it because I'm not getting any decent science out of it. We just did this. This needs a bigger boat. So I think that means the thing to do is skip to avionics prototypes and then fly bumper. What do my notes say? Yeah, avionics prototypes, bumper. This is done. This is done. So yeah, avionics prototypes and bumper. And then we can do a BioWhack 2A when we get to early materials science to push the altitude up again. And then when we get to basic rocketry, what I call bumper 2, which is a redstone plus, well, we'll want to use the early materials science version of things because that'll push it even further. We should be able to hit 5 megameters with that. And then redstone bio, which should be able to hit the requirements for the next advanced biological one. I guess the question is, how long do we have? 1954, 06, 09. It's April 54. I was saying doing this wasn't really worth it because we're not getting a lot of science from the cameras, but I can fly the bio version, right? I just have to set the sounding payload up to 500. And that's, what is that? V2 bio. If I set the sounding payload up to 500 and launch. Oh, I never painted this. Oh, let's fix that. Yeah, let's do, yeah, let's do V2 bio here. And that will get us, I mean, again, it's just another flight. It's a little more science. Yeah, that'll be done kind of right around the time avionics prototypes is. Skip ahead. Okay. With avionics prototypes, we can do bumper. And let's double check that this has everything that's the version of things that is unlocked. There should be nothing to tool, because we already tooled everything at avionics prototypes level, right? Correct, correct. Okay. So this one is good to fly. Unlock the parts. Unlock, unlock, unlock. All right, and that gets us... we're like 6 months away from early materials science again. So I should probably launch another V2 bio. Because that'll push us... That'll just be another flight with the advanced bio capsule. Another one of these downrange LV contracts. So we can do that from here. I can actually duplicate that. Not enough funds. Never mind. Oh, but we're also going to hit our 200 researchers, and I can change that target to, like, keep going up. Because we should be seeing... Yeah, this is now pulled into February, which is exactly what I wanted to see. But for now, I think we can launch. This one. Oh, let's actually grab the right contract for it. Downrange distance LV difficult. Can I duplicate you from here? I can. Duplicate. Yeah, that'll get us closer to when early materials science is done. And that's still another, yeah, we're July, so that's like 6 months out from this launch. So it'll be time to fly this again. We look at the 135 days. So 320 kilometers downrange should be no problem for this design. Yeah, no problem. What do we hit? About 450. Okay. I'll need to check to see where this got put in its overall, where the next upgrade is for difficult, if we need to run intermediate for the next flight or not. Nine kilometers, 8 kilometers. Yeah, this thing's pretty much at its terminal velocity here, unfortunately. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Another... What? Oh no, I didn't have the sounding payload set right. Shoot. This was still defaulted to 200. Crap. Oh well. Well, we got some science at least. It doesn't matter. That's not an essential contract. It's not gonna drastically slow us down anywhere. Yeah, 9 science. Let's see what we can throw that into here. Either comms upgrade, which I don't necessarily need just yet. 56 to 57 orbital rocketry is probably the more important one. We'll reorder these future techs as we get closer to them and we figure out kind of what we're going to want to do. Alright, that means that this V2 bio needs to be edited. Because I need to push this up to the 500 sounding payload that we need. $500. Excuse me? Oh! I wonder if we're ditching the payload too early in our script. Wait, let's sim this. I want to see what's happening here. I think we might need to adjust the script to keep the ship together longer. Because I think we still need the sounding payload when we hit 320 kilometers downrange. Yeah. Yeah, this might be a scripting issue. Because I think we ditched the upper stage at Apogee, which is not gonna work here. Yeah. Because we're only 200 and some odd at Apogee. And then this is going to fail. Boom. Okay. That's fine. We can actually fix that script right now. So we just wait until ship vertical speed is less than 0 and ship altitude is less than... So we wait until we're out of space, basically. And that should get us the downrange distance that we need. Let's just double check that this one actually can achieve that goal. Watch the contract panel. And 20, 30, 40. Now we go all the way up, and we come all the way back down, and we hit our 320, and now we're fine. Contract complete. Okay. And we can get to almost 450, it seems like. So... that's the only change that we needed to make. We needed to make to the script specifically, not to the vehicle. Yeah. 500 sounding payload. I'm still going to hit save, just to make sure. Okay. Combined, then... Bumper is next, so we'll expire this contract, and we will grab the 3 megameter bumper contract. Alright, and I'm going to get rid of this goal here, and I'm going to set it to a bigger one. Researchers. Well, we're going to hire 2. So we are at the 200 target. And then we're going to auto-hire. We're going to leave 2,000 funds in reserve. Hire up to like 500. Yeah, that'll get us through the next chunk of our... that says it's going to be about a year and a half to hire another 300 researchers. That'll change over time. But that gives us... Where are we at, by the way, with this 3 megameter contract? Okay. Yeah, we're doing fine. We've got about a year, and I'll have basic rocketry in less than 6 months. So I think we're going to have no problem hitting... completing these contracts sort of right when completing these programs kind of right when it gets to be peak funding, which is perfect. I really hope I took the contract. I did. I'm not going to fast forward this because this stage is a little unstable already and I don't want to make the simulation worse. But I think we will have no problems pushing this to 3 megameters. Yep, we're starting to see orbit lines flickering around because Principia thinks we're slingshotting around the center of the planet. That is a sure sign that we are doing something right. All right. And now we fast forward. And yeah, we're gonna hit it. 2... 3. And we also got a bunch of speed records, which are more rep. Beautiful. That was beautiful. That was perfect. All right, so we got a V2 bio coming up at the end of the year. That is the one that will be running this downrange LV difficult that we haven't flown in like a year because I've been not paying attention to it. Altitude difficult, we need early materials science for. And then with basic rocketry, let's look at where we're going to be at with early materials science and basic rocketry for Bumper 2. Let's make sure that we're using the right avionics for everything, the right tanks. HP, Stringer, Helium. Yeah, these also need to be HPAL. It's ASR. The avionics is avionics prototypes. And then we do need one more tank in the middle because this needs to have 50 units of sounding payload. Oh, not service module. Ew. Gross. Conventional tanks. This one. Choose tank type. HP Stringer. Diameter 0.38. Tank UI. There's our 50 units of sounding payload. All right, so this has 7,200 meters a second of delta V. It is... Let's just save this real quick. I want to compare it to Bumper 1, which has 6,200. Okay. I think we just sim this and we see what happens. Yeah, the V2 script can handle an A7, so that is fine. Yeah. Let's just sim this. I want to see how close to 5 megameters this is. I think we are very, very close to being able to achieve it. Well, that was wrong. First, let's make sure that our avionics are good. This is for 25 tons. Yeah, 24.6. That's fine. But let's not do a 15-degree target pitch. That's obviously too much for this lower TWR redstone compared to the V2. So let's resim this set to only pitch over to 10 degrees, and let's see if that gets a little cleaner. 10 degrees is probably still too much for the redstone. Yes, that is much too much for the redstone. Well, yeah, it's much too much for the redstone. We're going to be nearly horizontal by the time we ditch the upper stage. Actually, 30 degrees. 240 AP? Maybe this is fine. We'll see how close we can get to Africa. We are a little under lofted though, so I think we can pitch up a little more and be okay. Because our goal is not to get into orbit, it is to get downrange. And that is more like the hypothetical flat world where you want to be at a 45-degree angle than it is like an actual orbital insertion. Although... .6, no problemo. Okay, cool. So this will hit the 5 megameter. It won't quite hit 6 megameter, but or 7.5. I'm not too worried about those in the immediate sense. I mean, we'll try to do them. It actually might hit 6 before it burns up in the atmosphere, but probably. Let's give this some color. I think I was doing these as just white there. Yeah. And if I check the tooling on this, there's a bunch of stuff that it's going to want me to tool. The 1.8 by blah, blah, blah. That is the redstone tank. There's the redstone avionics. And then a bunch of these other ones are for these 0.38 by other numbers are the upper stage tanks. And the 1.25 by 1 meter here, actually, I wonder if we just don't. 7193, 7209. I think we can get away without tooling this tank, because we're not going to need this tank. These 0.38 tanks, we're tooling anyway for the altitude sounding rocket difficult contract, so like that's fine. But if we can skip tooling this helium tank because it's a weird shape and we're never going to use it again, if we can get away with using the one from the previous generation, you know, obviously it makes sense to tool the whole redstone. That's a useful rocket and a useful diameter. These we're going to tool for other reasons, but everything above this like 1.25 meter point is pointless to tool, I think. Cool, so I'm not going to actually tool any of this yet. And then, if we look at, I had V2 bio, did I make a, oh, I called it V2, no, I still haven't, like, actually saved a redstone bio. I go to sub-assemblies and grab the redstone. Yeah, so for this, the only things we need to tool... Oh, and this needs early avionics, doesn't it? No, it is avionics prototypes. That's the right one. Yeah, avionics prototypes here. This could be upgraded, but I'm not going to. Yeah, and then this should be able to hit the downrange the 20 whatever it is speed requirement. I'm gonna call this redstone bio. And what's our speed requirement for that contract? And both of these are going to fly with basic rocketry, by the way. 2,800 meters a second is the next contract requirement. And then I'm not sure what the one after that is. We might not actually end up flying anything past the 5 megameter contract, because I think that's going to be getting pretty close to when we want to be wrapping up these programs and switching to an orbital program. But let's see how fast this thing can go. Good. 500, 600, 700, 800, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 25, 3, almost 35, so like 3490. All right, so it'll definitely hit the 2,800 contract. If we need to go a little bit faster than that for one more, then I think I would actually need another stage. And at that point, we're dangerously close to building a bio satellite that I can't get home yet because I don't have heat shields. Which is the point of these contracts, obviously, is to push you towards basically being there. But cool, yeah, this can do that contract. If we end up wanting to fly such a thing. All right, recondition launch pad, V2 bio, and roll out. Yeah, 550124. This is 29th of December, so we're only going to skip like a month. That's fine. Downrange difficult. Finally doing this. 320 kilometers. No problem with this vehicle. Ooh, and we're below max rep again. So it's a good thing that we're flying this finally. $100. All right, in space, 100x time warp. There we go. Now we've completed that contract. Thank you. back to a more acceptable, well, we have about a year's worth of spare rep. So we might still want to fly a couple of extra launches if we can get away with it. Just to keep pushing that up. We are going to fly an altitude difficult, but if we can fly one or two more of the advanced bio launches, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the whole wide world, would it? And then we didn't need to recover this for this contract, but we do need to recover it for science. Well, a little bit more science anyway. Okay, so next at early materials science, that will be the upgraded BioWhack, is what my notes say. And early materials science is only like a month of time skip ahead, so I'm gonna do that. I don't think we have anything else on Launch Complex 2. Because I think all of our future launches are going to be on LC3 on a Redstone. We're pretty much done with V2s. So I'm going to dismantle the current LC2. And then basic rocketry, oh, takes 90 days. Okay, we need to start making the Redstone launch complex as well. So let's open bumper 2. And we're going to make a new launch complex. It's going to call itself Launch Complex 2 again, which is hilarious. I think I said I could go up to 33 tons. And this has a pretty tall upper stage, so it's probably reasonably spaced for us. So we can go ahead and build that. And that'll be done a little bit before the basic rocketry tech that we're actually going to need. Yeah. Oh, look at that. 5 days before. Beautifully timed. And then, actually, with 56 to 57 solid rockets, if I pull, I'm going to do something stupid, but if I pull these up, where does that put us? 561102. Okay, that's pretty good. So the 56 to 57 solid rockets, and you'd almost like to have 58 on top of that. But this gives us the Baby Sergeant clusters, and of course 56 to 57 orbital rocketry gives us the A7 uprated redstone config. And those together should hit orbit. There's this Baby Sergeant upgrade as well that is available at 58 orbital rocketry. Or sorry, 58 solid rocket engines, but we shouldn't need that for first orbit. It's a nice to have. With 56, 57 orbital rocketry, though, we also could do a liquid upper stage if we feel like doing some sort of... I mean, I probably wouldn't do a redstone able. I would probably grab the LR-79. It's not in this row, is it? No, it'll be in here. LR-105, XLR... There it is, LR-79. Do a... Thor able would be what we would build at that point. But I think we can hit most of early... We should be able to hit first orbit without needing a full-blown Thor. We should be able to do it on a redstone. Maybe with these solids, maybe with a silly liquid upper stage. It doesn't really matter exactly what we do. And we're real close, right? We're hitting that, 5,600, 5,700 downrange milestone. Even just with our current... Well, what's the current delta V of a bumper 2? We probably need another 1,500 meters a second or something. Yeah, another couple thousand meters a second. Okay. And if I switch this over to the A7, just out of curiosity... And what's the braided burn time on the A7? 2 minutes, 23 seconds. So we do stretch the tank a little bit. $74. It's only a couple hundred meters a second more of delta V. So we would need some kind of change to our upper stage as well. Or possibly even switching this to... refined AL stringers. That doesn't do much. We will also, though, be getting isogrid tanks soon. Don't save those changes. But that, again, would be pushing more towards, like, a Thor. All right, but I think we could skip the next month to early materials science. And then we're going to fly with early materials science done. Yeah, LC2 is being worked on. We want to grab... It's the BioWac 2A, I think is what I called it. BioWac 2A. Yeah, and this should have just some uprated tanks for us to tool. Yep. And it already has the best avionics it can. Also, yep. Turn on mass spectrometry. Make sure our staging looks good. It is. All right, we'll tool this. And we'll get it launched. And then with basic rocketry, we will get our next couple contracts done. What else do I get with basic rocketry? Not a lot, really. Just that A6 engine config. And I'm gonna keep this LC1 up and run. I might disassemble LC1 after this launch. We'll see. It doesn't cost that much to maintain, but like, why bother if it's not going to be useful to me? Probably with our bio redstone, if we make sure we have the 500 units of sounding payload, you know, getting to 400 kilometers with one of those is probably viable, right? Because I think the last one got to 450. I don't remember. We'll check it with this contract, and if we can fly one of these, I might do it. Although, again, do we need to? Oh, let's actually grab the contract we need, which is altitude difficult, 230 kilometers. This can do a little more than that. So we will accept the contract. Oh no! What did I do wrong in this? How did I break this script? I haven't changed anything in this script. Whack. Oh, yes I did. Because I was playing with the Nike booster. That was in my code. That's fine. That is a quick fix to the script. I guess I could keep this launch pad around and throw a Nike on the bottom of one of these when it's able to do so. Because that'll get up over 300, and that's just more points. But I think we're going to be pretty close to where I want to wrap up these programs, so we're not going to have access to those contracts anyway. But this is, you know, slowly getting me a decent amount of science every time it launches. So it is still worth flying for sure. Although we're going to be very nearly done with this biological sample very soon. Beautiful. That half a second of lag when the parachutes deployed scared me. I was worried we crashed again. All right. That is a little more science. A bunch more science, actually. And it looks like we get about 7 points more, so... yeah, maybe it's worth... let's see what the next difficult... 280. Okay, so we could do this with the Nike. And that's going to be basic solid rocket engines here. So I think we keep this complex around. And we'll do one more when we get basic... well... where are we in terms of time? We're in the beginning of 1955? Yeah, March of 55. Oh, this says June. So that'll be like the middle of 55, and we're going to have a couple of launches after basic rocketry. So yeah, I think this is fine. More or less. And let's go to the launch complex. Done. Cool. And basic rocketry done. Also cool. So we're going to have 2 of these launches. We're going to have one that's the 5 megameter launch, and we're going to have one that is this advanced suborbital experiment launch. And we may as well get those both just queued up. These are both going to be on... one is bumper 2. Let's check our tooling on this. We have our new avionics. Why are these? Oh, yeah, this is cheap tooling because these are just new lengths of the existing. Yeah, that's fine. Purchase all toolings. And it'll be on LC2. Launch. Unlock part. Unlock. And then if we look at the redstone bio, this should have avionics prototypes for this avionics. Yes, cool, all purchase, but we actually can't launch this one yet. We need to save up a little bit of money, just a few hundred funds. Oh yeah, and basic solids will be done before bumper 2 is ready to go. Actually, let's turn off this researchers for now, and if we go into staff and look at engineers on LC2, auto hire up to 138, reserve funds 2,000. There we go. We have some at LC1, 10, and we will transfer them over to LC2 as soon as we do our Nike boosted altitude sounding rocket. Difficult. I think a version of this with the Nike booster is easy, and that is basic solids, right? Yeah. 200. What did I say we needed? Like 1,300 something to launch the redstone bio. Hopefully this is enough. I didn't pay enough attention. 1308. Yes, this is enough. Where does that take us as far as, like, the end of the year? Yeah, pretty much the end of this year. And that is as late as we really want to be getting to the end of these programs, because they're going to start paying us less money. And that is going to be a problem. All right. So basic solid rocket engines, we will wrap up. And we are going to hire, or not going to hire, we will do a BioWack 2A, except not. Let's grab wings, let's grab clamps, let's get rid of this. And throw the Nike on there. Okay, BioWack 2N for the Nike booster. And I'm gonna sim this one more time. Let me actually... update the script so that it understands the Nike booster. Just getting rid of the Tim, because there's no way we're ever flying that again. We might still fly one of these with the old booster. But yeah, if we don't have a KS-18, it must be a Nike. Easy peasy. So let's... Yeah, this is just about the biggest thing we can fly at our WAC launch complex. Let us simulate this just to make sure that it looks good. And I think it will. I think the last time I tried this, it was up over 300, and we only need 280. And this will be the last one of these that we fly, because this will finish up the bio sample science. Yeah, 320 is fine. Okay. So let me turn on this mass spectrometry, because apparently I forgot to do that. And we can launch one of these. Yes. And then once this flies, since it will be the last one, we can decommission Launch Complex 1 and move those engineers over to the other launch complex. All right, Twitch is yelling at me that it is time to run an ad break again, so I'm going to let Twitch run its 3 minutes of ads. I'm going to go warm up my tea, And when we come back, we will, we'll fly these launches that we've got scheduled, and we're going to wrap up the sounding rocket era very, very shortly. So we will take care of that in just a few moments. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. Yeah, I just double checked, and Bumper 2 is in fact has the right sounding payload and stuff. So I think we can go ahead and get it scheduled. How are we doing at subsidy? We are getting dangerously close to break even again. Or to, yeah, there we go. The max subsidy is going up a lot faster than I'm earning it, which is not great. All right, looks like Bumper 2 is going to get done before the bio, although just barely. And this will push our subsidy back up over the max again, I think, these two contracts together. Because this one's worth only 50. This one's only worth 25, so this one's worth 57. Yeah, just trying to keep flying these contracts to keep the reputation up. I took the right contract, right? That was 5 megameters? Yes, okay. because we are going to start relying on that subsidy a lot real soon. All right, so yeah, this just has to hit 140 kilometers altitude and 5 megameters downrange distance. Oh, I forgot I got a leader for the materials science as well. Shoot. Alright, we'll need to go do that. Because the whole time that this rocket was building, we didn't have the benefit of whatever leader that is going to be for us. And that's bad. There we go. Beautiful. Cute. I like the acceleration graph. That's very nice. Surface speed, orbital speed, very similar. I mean, they should literally just be off by a few. Oh! We had an engine failure. How much fuel is left? A third of it. This is gonna fail. We're not gonna hit 5 megameters with this launch. I don't even think this is giving me any science. I don't think it's capable of giving me any science. Yeah, no. Well, we'll see how far it goes. Oh, whoops, I accidentally closed MacJeb. I lost the light recorder. How far downrange did we make it? Well, 3 megameters. Even with a failure, we hit the previous goal. But that's not good enough. RIP. That's fine. We're still doing okay. Well, our subsidy is going to start getting tight soon, and that stinks. What is worth more points? 50... Sorry, available. Oh, whoops, I need to... So this one is worth 50. The advanced is worth 57. Okay. So I am going to still fly this redstone bio first. And then we'll put another redstone bumper 2 into the queue. I mean, at least we got more DU. I guess it is a new engine, right? That was our first attempt at flying a redstone class rocket. All right, this BioWack 2N is going to need altitude difficult. Accept. Yeah, so we need to hit 280 kilometers for this one, which we should be able to do. Yeah, we've flown quite a few of these at this point, so they ought to be, I mean, reasonably reliable. And we're overburning these pretty significantly too. But that is okay. All right, so we're probably going to finish off biological sample here, which means there isn't going to be much point in launching any more of these. They're just not going to have worthwhile science on them. All right, there's that contract done, which is going to help us get closer to max subsidy again. And we actually will get a bunch of subsidy for finishing programs, so we might want to do that. We might want to wrap up these. Well, we are going to wrap up these programs very shortly. So. I could actually wrap up the bio one. Well, I have one more flight scheduled for that, and I should do it. Because it is reputation. Although if I do terminate Redstone Bio... Yeah, so biosample Earth Space Low is done. So let's dismantle LC1. We don't need it anymore. If we go to staff, we can assign those engineers here. And let's redo the auto hire to 138. How much reserve funds did I say I wanted? 2,000? Okay. I mean, Redstone Bio is only 2% done. They only take 2 months each, though. Like, they're really not that expensive. How are we on... Not this one. If I look at the admin building... I think... we do this Redstone Bio one, then we finish that program, and then we do 5 megameter and finish that program. I think that'll be the order of operations. The other thing I need to do is look at my chief designer that I unlocked. Vessel purchase and rollout, vessel integration speed, technology, no. Balloon tanks, hydrolox engines. Loss of service module speed, which we're not going to be doing service modules for a while, but still. Man module, human rated. Hypergolics. I mean, Von Braun's not awful. I mean, slow down, integration, rollout, and recovery isn't great, but, like, our issue has always been tech, right? And speeding up all tech research is huge. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to take Von Braun. All right, so we're going to be done. Bumper 2 is going to launch by the end of the year. Hopefully. We have a little more science that we need to grab. I'm just not sure what I want to put it into. We're going to need EDL. We're going to need better comms. We're going to need flight control. We need all of these things. And we are, unfortunately, running out of early science. But as soon as we get a satellite up with satellite era... See, I have satellite era science way down here, and that's where I'm like... Can I do this? Maybe not. But right now, that's the thing that I think is going to be our limiting factors. We got to get more science going. So if we can do a redstone with our current materials science, right? Which is the aluminum stringer tanks. And then from there, yeah, this is what we're gonna want for like Thor and Atlas stuff, but we shouldn't need it. We should be able to get 56 to 57 here. We shouldn't need... I mean, maybe the A7 config would help. That would be the reason to get 56 to 57 orbital rocketry, and that needs the materials science node. But we might be able to do this with just an A6-based redstone and a better upper stage than the one we're flying right now. That would be the hope, is that we can at least get to the, like, 6 megameter or 7.5 megameter down ranges. With some upgraded, especially with the new solids, like... If we switch the... we look at the current Bumper 2 and tear down this whole upper stage and put on something that gives us... you know, what's the delta V of this upper stage? So this whole thing right now is, what, 7,200. I'm not gonna do the full process of, like, building and designing this. I just want to see some rough numbers. So a baby sergeant hooked up to the .3x decoupler, hooked up to the 3x of these, hooked up to the 11x decoupler, hooked up to the 11x. It's actually lower. Cool. Oh, but the staging's probably not right. So let's actually make sure the staging is right before we judge anything. That engine with its decoupler, yep. Then the 3X with its decoupler, yep. Then the 11X. And, well, it needs a decoupler below it, doesn't it? Let's just throw in, it doesn't matter, this is just a test. Ring decoupler. With its decoupler. Almost 8,000? And the current bumper 2 is at, yeah, 7,200. Okay. So that'll be enough at least to start pushing us further down range and run some more intermediate contracts. Because we do have those 6,000 kilometer and 7,500 kilometer contracts that will be coming available once we grab the orbital program. So, excuse me. I think we want. Well, we want to leave this be for now. So we're going to do Redstone Bio. We're going to do Bumper 2. And then if I pull up 56 to 57 orbital rocketry, we can probably get an orbital class rocket pretty easily. But then we'll have to work on, we'll be a little tight on science for a little while. Or we do science first. Well, and I kind of need to decide if I want to do electronics research or materials research first. Feel like we do need the 56-57 orbital rocketry sooner than later. And we're gonna need it for our more advanced missions, for polar orbits, for all of that stuff. So I think we do materials first. So that puts us to 804 potentially for first satellite. Which is very early. You know, late 56, early 57 for first satellite, and then first scientific satellite a little bit after that, as we get the satellite era electronics, which will also give us solar panels, and then satellite era science. And then from there, we can start catching up on the science that we need, because that'll give us a bunch of science from the early TV camera, magnetometer, Geiger-Müller, all of these things. So I think that is the path forward there. I think that's the order I want to go in. I'm not 100% sure, but it seems best to me. All right, and then we're going to go up to our... Yeah, okay, so we just finished the solids research. We're going to do The redstone bio. Oh, and we finished. Sorry, staff. Researchers. Auto hire. 2,000 reserve funds, please. Up to 500. Ooh, this doesn't think it can do it. Rutro. Might have to fire some researchers. We're losing subsidy and we're getting over... Well, we're not quite over the hump on this, but we're losing subsidy. And I think we're gonna start getting... Oh no, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. It figured itself out. Okay, so can I try this, like, auto-hire up to 500 researchers now with, like, 3,000 reserve funds? Will it figure itself out? It doesn't think it can ever do it. Okay. 500 is too many. What if I auto-hire up to 300? Do you think that's viable? Okay, 300 is viable. All right, roll out the redstone bio. Skip to morning. Okay, so this is going to be this one. Advanced Biological Suborbital. 2,800 meters a second, 200 units of sounding payload, blah, blah, blah. I think this actually has 500 units of sounding payload, so hopefully it can still hit the 2,800. Yep, it certainly does have 500 units of sounding payload. Oh! And that is an engine failure. Oh, hey. We had a little bit of temperature scan left to do there. And it's running mass spectrometry and transmitting that. Well, it thinks it's going to finish this flight, so I might let it try. Although if it was able to transmit all of its science, and I don't think there's any from this, then I could probably just terminate this flight. All right. Well, in that case, we're not going to do that contract before we end the program, because I don't think there's any reason to sit around waiting to finish the program. I think we're just waiting for Bumper 2 to be done, and then we complete both programs. We grab the satellite program, and we start designing our orbital rocket. I think that is where we are at. Because, yeah, it's the end of 1955, and we're going to be... I think we have until the end of 1956, technically, but why run these programs any longer than we have to? We'll get reputation from completing the programs like a year early, and we'll also... I didn't take the contract! Revert to VAB, I think, puts us here. I think I've tested this. I always forget what it does. Leave. But it should still be rolled out. Yes, and I think it'll still count as a new vehicle. 5 megameter. All right. Now let's launch. There we go. Okay. We're looking good this time. I'm feeling better. That's fine. Oop, and we have switched to ECI instead of surface. It doesn't really matter. That should hopefully be what we need. 100x warp. 4, 5 megameters downrange. All right. Beautiful. Contract complete, downrange milestone, and program complete. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Our subsidy could be higher, but we'll wrap up the program and that should push it a little bit. And this thing is just about to completely burn itself up. All right, suborbital research. Oh, and look at that. We're right near the peak of the funding. This is a perfect time to wrap this up. 50, another 50. We're at 816. Beautiful. We will take early satellites at, I guess, at fast. I mean, we could take them at breakneck, but I don't have the confidence in myself that this will get done in 3 years. So we're going to do it fast. And then we don't really have another program to fill the slots unless I want to do planes. I don't want to do planes. So this will be our new deadline is 22nd November 1959 for all of these satellite goals. Yeah, LC2 is our only launch complex. So we need to figure out our first orbital class launcher, which is probably going to depend on the 56 to 57 orbital rocketry node, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because I was hoping to do it sooner, but I don't think we're going to do it sooner. So let's actually pull this from here. We're basically going to design Explorer 1 here. Oh, did I take that off last time, or were we trying to fly 50 units of sounding payload when I tested this last time? Baby Sergeant. This is exactly what I built last time. 3x decoupler. 3x Baby Sergeant. 11x decoupler. And then 11x. This thing here. Yeah, these are all messed up. There, and then those, and then that. Okay, so this is 9,000 meters a second, actually, without even trying. And we can do this now? Do I have these engines now? I do. So this might not hit... Well, one, I need to figure out what the diameter of these freaking things is. And then also, I need to make some tweaks to this thing and the, like, decouplers underneath it so that they are less terrible. Actually, 0.8 doesn't look awful. And then up here... Let's see. 6 inches diameter. So that is a diameter of 0.152. That looks skinny. How long will power last 33 seconds. So we might need... early avionics? Yeah, that lasts 11 minutes. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna need early avionics. If I look at my management again, that is, well, further down here, right? But if we don't need orbital rocketry or the materials science node, then I can pull that stuff up. $56.10, so that's like a year out. But yeah, this is like plenty of oomph. And if we're going to have early avionics, we can switch to it here as well. Not that it gives us a huge benefit, but still, take it. But yeah, we've got like a year, 196 days plus 137 days. Not quite a year, but the better part of a year. Oh, this says it's 0.159, 6.5 inches. Maybe. That will make this look a little better. It does look a little better. And then, I mean... Oh. I can go way up on this, with still on avionics prototypes. Okay. I didn't realize that. I just messed up that when I was looking at it. Yeah, that's like an hour duration. More than enough to run. I mean, I gotta change the experiments that it's running. And we'd have to write a script for this and probably figure out exactly when the best time to deploy the actual baby sergeants are. But I mean, if I run this with bumper, it'll do some weird stuff with the staging, I think, if I run the bumper script. If I just comment out everything, and I'm going to do some manual test flying, I'm just commenting out everything after it fires the first cluster of baby sergeants. So I want to see, if we sim this, kind of what we're going to end up in, like orbit-wise. I think we're going to be firing these baby sergeants too soon. I also think I want to change how we're doing this procedural tank, because it looks silly. But because this is dangerously close to enough delta V, and I have all of this tech, right? Certainly, this will achieve 6,000 and 7,500. The question is, can I hit orbit with it? So let's find out. And this upper stage isn't being spin stabilized, so it might be a little funky. But I just want to see where we end up. Yeah, so we're overlofted, so we're not actually going to hit orbit. Because we're still not really using an orbital insertion script. Our AP is way up there. Our downrange is, 14 megameters. So the answer is yes, this can totally hit what we needed to hit. Its electric charge is burned out. And that's the other thing is, are we going to have enough electric charge for these contracts? I don't know. But yeah, this is very close. Let's call this orbiter prototype for now. This is very close to being an orbital rocket with my current tech, which is fantastic because that means that we can start flying more missions right away, keep our reputation up. Because yeah, we could definitely fly this one. Yeah, 50 units of sounding payload still needs to be on it. But I think we can nail this. And then first artificial satellite is very easy. First scientific satellite unlocks whatever. This one needs a bit more finagling, but I think if we adjust our launch profile with the redstone so that we deploy the Sorry, I'm having a total brain fart. I've been doing this for 6 hours, and it involves a lot of thinking. We'll want to write an orbiter script that just deploys the baby sergeants later on in the launch, I think is what all we're really going to need to do. And then this thing will be, like I said, dangerously close to being a full orbital class rocket. But certainly we could fly this as is and hit our 6,000 and 7,500 downrange contracts, just like bam, bam. And then from there, getting it actually into orbit will take some slightly better scripting. And maybe, I mean, uprating this to the A7 config would be, what's our rated burn time? 143 seconds. All right. Yeah, if we go up to an A7, call it 12 meters. Yeah, that adds another 300 meters a second. This can certainly do it. But I'd like to see if we can manage to do it without needing this, to stretch this tank. And we're going to make some changes to what we're doing up top as well. I'm going to retool the avionics. Maybe I'll wait until we have basic avionics for that. I'll retool the avionics as a ring, and we'll put a ring of helium tank as well, somewhere for the RCS, and then we'll use a structural piece for our cone adapter, depending on our payload on top, and that'll make this a lot more manageable. All right, let's look at our to-do list and let's figure out where we're at. All of this is done. So let's figure out what's upcoming research-wise and what we need to do as far as upcoming missions. By show hide management. All right, before we do anything else, we definitely can do 6 megameter and 7.5 megameter downrange with redstone plus some upper stage, but we can definitely achieve that. Design first orbit rocket. Oh, and I should do also bring back a research tab so we can see what's coming up. So we're gonna have satellite era electronics, early avionics, and I need to pull, so I need satellite era science for first scientific. I need satellite era electronics for first solar. So that's where we're at with all of those. The other requirements of the program are going to be dependent on, like, we've got to do a first polar, and there's like one more. First atmospheric analysis satellite, whatever that one is. And I think that needs early satellite. Needs a pressure scan and a temperature scan, low in space. With a PE above 350 and an AP above 630. Okay. This is, I think, doable, potentially with our current tech level. We just need to finish first artificial satellite first. And then first solar-powered satellite requires... Yeah, okay. And first polar orbit is we're going to require, well, we'll dig out some of the code we did from the first attempt, because we got pretty good at actually achieving our target inclinations. So we'll take a look at that. But yeah, these 6,000 and 7,500 megameter contracts should be pretty easy for us to get done if we need to wait for some tech. I don't think we necessarily need to. Unless we want to wait for satellite era science. What time is it? It's November 55. Okay. Could definitely do first... I mean, we could do first orbit whenever we want. We don't need orbital rocketry. I wish I hadn't started researching materials science early. I thought I was going to need 56 to 57 orbital rocketry, and I don't think I do. If I grab 58 solids, I have this baby sergeant upgrade, which will push us... I'm going to grab it. Because we might be able to use that one for first polar orbit. So yeah, we're really close to being able to hit first orbit, just right as we are. I need to get science soon, though, so that's got to be, I think, the priority. And we need this tech for first... first scientific satellite, which might also be our first solar satellite. We don't necessarily need to fly one in between satellite era electronics research and satellite era science, although it is a like 4.5, almost 5 month gap. So we might want to fly a satellite in there. And then as we get towards this 56 to 57 orbital rocketry, we will want to be designing our next launchers. Previously, we had done... yeah, we have the AJ-10 series early. We don't actually get a Gina until 58 orbital rocketry, so... we may want to go ahead and do Enable, even though the AJ-10 series early is... an unreliable engine, and everyone knows it's terrible. We will have access to, at this point, everything we need to build a Thor. And we can set up a launch complex for that. And that, in theory, most of the early satellites we need to launch through the next programs, the early science satellites, and here, we can go back to the programs. The Earth observation satellites and the early commercial applications should all be doable on Thor Able. There's absolutely no reason they shouldn't be. And in our first attempt at this, we were flying them all on like an Atlas Agena, which was way, way over spec'd. So we need to be able to achieve target orbits for a lot of these with our with smaller rockets. And I think Thor Able might be the way that we do that. All right. So my to-do list for next time says... do 6 megameter and 7.5 megameter with redstone plus question. Here's a question. If I... let's see. Satellite light. Let's look at this one. Must not have been completed. Must not have accepted. Yeah, maybe we can actually fly these after we finish first artificial satellite, but there's no reason to. To not just knock these out. There'll be plenty. They'll give us a bunch of reputation early on. This is going to be great. It'll give us a bunch of applicants. So we're going to want to, we're also going to be wanting to figure out at what point do we start hitting the limits of a Redstone/Juno, and when do we really need our Thor. All right. I think I'm going to call it here for today. I really do think we can hit first satellite with the tech we have right now. We basically can do an Explorer 1. We just don't have the science for it. I guess I should set up an auto hire. Not here. Researchers. Auto hire up to like 500. 3,000 reserve funds. Because that'll speed up the science as well. But if we can get a couple of launches in now before we get this tech unlocked, that just helps us keep up our reputation, right? Because we're now losing 123 a year. So we got to fly 123 worth of missions every year to maintain our rep, and it only gets worse. So getting these downrange contracts is going to help a lot with that. And then getting these first satellite contracts as well. And that'll give us the kick into, upgrading, here 56, 57 plus the 58 solid rocket engine, bump. That might be enough for us to hit, first polar and some other stuff with effectively an uprated Explorer 1 type mission. So that's kind of where we're at, and what we need to be looking at as far as those things go. So hopefully we'll be in a good place. And I mean, you could see 56 to 57 orbital rocketry, we are right on track with their research time for these for a lot of this science. So hopefully we can keep up with this, but that means we got to get satellite era science in, and we got to start collecting that. Yeah, I wish I hadn't spent a bunch of time on this, because we're a little further behind than we would be on these, and satellite era electronics is just a big it's a big tech. It takes a while to research, right? Almost 200 days, over 3 months. Sorry, over 6 months. So we're gonna have to look at that, but that'll be next session. I think if we do a couple of these just downrange milestone flights with this early attempt at an Explorer, not even upgrading our scripts, this thing goes 10 megameters, and if it's also orbital class and it just needs a slight tweak to the script, then we can launch 3 of them back to back, and we'll be in good shape. Although this is the uprated one. Let's not use the uprated one. Let's find the regular one. Nope, this is the uprated one. Oops. Let's go back to the A6. And let's look at our tooling. AL stringer tank 10.864. I think it was just set at 10. Yeah, 132. That looks right. Oh, I mean, I can just do this. We have it as a subassembly. So yeah, 92. I mean, it's dangerously close to being an orbital class rocket. And I would bet that if we did go into the avionics and switch to like early avionics with just like a little bit, yeah, that's over 10,000. So that's just uprating the avionics. We'll push it to orbital class. Cool. And then all of this needs to be redone when we redo these avionics, because I want to change some of how this is all set up. But that'll be a problem for next stream, I think, because I have been trying to wrap up and I keep rambling. So yeah, let's call it here. This is great. We're done with sounding rockets. We're ready to go orbital. We should blast through these early orbital rockets pretty easily. And then, you know, the question is, how do we not mess up what we messed up before? I don't know if that means going, you know, slower on some of these contracts. Because, you know, our nominal year 4 on this is 190. But if we are, you know, 122 plus 87, we're still significantly better, right, with these two contracts stacked. And the other option, of course, is early lunar, which gives us lots of money, 160 here. But are we actually going to be ready for that? We can actually take lunar and commercial and Earth observation. We could take all three at normal and have 6 years to develop all of the rockets we need for all of those things and have lots of launches going all the time, which is kind of a fun thought. But we'll need to look at how many launch complexes do we need for that and things like that if we want to try to do that. Well, thanks everybody who's tuned in. It's really appreciated. Thanks everyone who watches these on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that's always fantastic. It really does help a small channel like mine. And if you want to do, if you're watching on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. So thanks very much. Next week, same bat time, same bat channel. We're going to be diving into getting our orbital rockets going. I'll see y'all next time.